Yes, ma'am.
Mhm. Doctor? Not yet, ma'am.
म्यूट कर दो। हाँ। अभी ऑन कर देना ना, जब कनेक्ट अभी मत करना, जब ऑन करना जब बात होगा ना तो हम नहीं कर सकते। चलिए हमको पांडे का को भेज दिया, भेज दिया।
सभी मेंबर्स को हमारा नमस्कार और इस गीत के साथ हम आज की
हेलो, आवाज सुनाई दे रही है मैम?
जी जी
यस मैम।
हेलो
हेलो, यस मैम, इट्स
हाँ
ऑडिबल।
मैम आवाज आ रही है।
हेलो
जी संजय पांडे सर आपको नमस्कार, आवाज आ रही है। आप स्टार्ट करिए।
क्या हमारी आवाज पहुंच रही है मैडम?
जी जी सर जी पहुंच रही
ओके ओके ओके, नमस्कार, मैं डॉक्टर संजय पांडे और मैं डॉक्टर लता तिवारी पांडे आज के वेबिनार की शुरुआत इस गीत के साथ।
इनको फुल स्क्रीन पे लाइए।
संध्या झूलिगे, संध्या झूलिगे, संध्या झूलिगे, संध्या झूलिगे, ओ भागी संध्या झूलिगे, ओ भागी संध्या झूलिगे, यो ऊंचा कैलाश माझा, यो ऊंचा कैलाश माझा संध्या झूलिगे, यो गेला पताल माझा संध्या झूलिगे, संध्या झूलिगे, संध्या झूलिगे, ओ भागे संध्या झूलिगे, ओ भागे संध्या झूलिगे, धड़कुमा की थाट माझा संध्या झूलिगे, कधेरी के धार माझा संध्या झूलिगे, धड़कुमा की थाट माझा संध्या झूलिगे, कधेरी के धार माझा संध्या झूलिगे, संध्या झूलिगे, संध्या झूलिगे, ओ भागे संध्या झूलिगे, ओ भागे संध्या झूलिगे, मानंदा तेरा द्वार संध्या झूलिगे, धरती आकाश माझे संध्या झूलिगे, मानंदा तेरा द्वार संध्या झूलिगे, धरती आकाश माझे संध्या झूलिगे, संध्या झूलिगे, संध्या झूलिगे, ओ भागे संध्या झूलिगे.
So, my good wishes for the success of the seminar. Thank you.
Thank you so much sir. Thank you for your words. Now Dr. M. Ellen Govan, sir please let us start
Okay.
with your talk on
Thank you,
Tamil
madam.
folklores.
Okay, madam. Thank you, madam. And very good morning, one and all present in this webinar. My heartfelt good morning to all of the participants. Okay, now I should introduce about the Tamil folklore and folk culture. Let me introduce with the slides. Okay, madam.
Yes sir, please.
Is it visible, madam?
Yogesh, how are you?
Yes.
No, it's not yet.
It is
It's not visible yet.
It is not
Visible. Yes.
You
Yes.
have to
Yes.
share the screen. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. This is the title and formal introduction.
So your slides are not visible. We cannot
Slides not-
see it.
So you have to share the screen first. You have to go below
and you have to share the screen. There is an option called share screen.
Okay.
Just after the
Ma'am,
mic. Yeah. Just after the video mic, you'll be having three dots there. So you have
okay.
to go there and click the option share screen.
Ma, Sudhir. Sudhir. Sudhir, ma. Share. Oh.
Yes, sir. It's visible now.
Visible. Okay, okay.
Yes, sir. It's fine.
It is formal introduction. Orature, orature in Tamil culture and introduction. This is my thought, my chosen title. An introduction to the historical study of Tamil folklore. Folk means the people of a group or a nation or race. Folklore is the study of folk culture, which is included folk belief, customs, practices, and system. Men who deal with folklore are known as folklorists. In India, the phase of Indian folklore study must be mentioned here. Christian missionary phase, 18th century, 1800 to 1900. Second, nationalistic phase, 1900 to 1950. Academic phase, since 1950. In Tamil, most of the Tamil folklorist approaches Tamil folklore in three phases. Data and sample collection phase, 1871 to 1959. Early phase of research, 1960 to 1969. Advanced phase of research since 1970. Folklore, then oral and oral are the first phase of the collection, oral and oral. Then advanced, then aspects of folklore is folk literature. In folk literature, folk songs, folk stories, folk ballads, proverbs, maxims, riddle, fables, epics. Folk practices, everyday practice, periodical practice, ritual and rites, social practices, ceremonies, festival celebrations, games. Then folk arts, dance, drama, gesture performance. Then that is for performing arts and non-performing arts, painting, sculpture and engraves, handicrafts, music, dress and apparels. Then folk science, folk medicine, folk technology, folk architecture, folk agriculture, folk animal husbandry. Then next one is folk songs. In folk songs, lullaby is the traditional one. It is even now our village people are singing for the children. Lullabies that lullabies are also sung by the old ladies and recent ladies also in villages. Lullabies and mother songs for children, romantic songs, carry songs, celebrative songs, devotional songs, elegy and thronoids. Other songs, that is war, peace, rain, harvest, drought and epidemics. These are the folk songs. Folk songs in basic mother songs for children, that is born woman, barren woman, lamentation on barren life. Barren woman's earnest song praying for pregnancy. Barren woman's song that accompany fasting and tabas seeking pregnancy. Song of mother that express gratitude to God for granting pregnancy. Uploading the nobilities of the children. Songs expressing care and concern for child. Ritual songs during naming, tonsuring, ear precising, coddling, walking, speaking, and so on. Advice to the child, marriage and career of the child. Then children's apparels, that is feeding funnel made from conch, silver, and gold. Fine cradles made up of cloth and wood. Metal whales, whistle, and cups of various shape of size made of wood and metal. Cord around the wrist, silver and ornaments. Singing the merit and demerits of the children's relations, particularly maternal uncle, wealth and possession of the relations, nobility and generosity of the relations, devotion and spirituality of the relations, strength and courage of the relations, demerits and shortcomings of the relations. Children's song, children's singing children singing there within the group is toddling, eating, side walking, hand swinging, clapping, ambuli. Ambuli means that calling moon to play with the child. Sing songs which children sings, that is tongue twister, learning the numbers and numerals, knowledge-oriented songs, moral values, hymns, song of animal and birds, song on festival occasions, entertainment songs, song of catechism, playful songs sung by the boys, by the girls, and by the boys and girls together. Next is romantic songs, that is mainly related men and women singing this song before getting married, that is a love song. Most of the love songs in cinema also the songs will be used. And carry songs, that is songs of agriculturists, Yatrapattu means that is getting water by a big barrel from a well and putting to the field, that is Yatrapattu. Nadavu Patu, this one this one is Nadavu, this one is the Nadavu. Then in that time they were singing Kalayeduppu Patu, Arvadai Patu, Poredippu Patu. These are the main songs at the agricultural area. Song of non-agricultural, paddy threshers song, lime threshers song, road layers song, well diggers song, salt producers song, harbor workers song, boatman's song, fisherman's song, cartman's song. These are the songs with non-agricultural. Then celebrative songs, that is about family, marriage songs, testing songs, teasing songs. That is teasing songs means the bride and bridegroom and the relations are teasing that man. Ritual songs, Nalungu Patu, like this. Then bangle wearing ritual about the family. Then Kummi song, Kolatam song, devotional songs, that is hymns of nature, hymns of god and deities, hymns of gods. Then Thronoid that lament the deceased, that is opari, husband death, mother, father, child, daughter, sister, father-in-law, mother-in-law, sister-in-law, auntie. These are the when their death, people are surrounded and giving singing songs. That is called opari. Then folk tales. Folk tales, mostly through the folk tales, were the earliest to come up the came to be printed only in the 16th century. Most of the folk tales are of anonymous authorship and exist in oral form. These folk tales are of the following types: humans, human folk tales, that is love tale, logical tale, fan, fantastic tale, comic tale, fortune tale, family tales, entertainment tales, romantic tales, moral tales, travel tales, dream tales, animal tales, magic tales, divine tales, epic tales, other tales. These are the tales. In here we are seeing one old lady is saying something to the children. Usually, once upon a time, there was a great forest. There was a king, that is lion. They were telling like this. Then folk ballad. Ballad narrative stories in verse. They are story poem and versify stories. A ballad may contain one main plot or subplots. They are generally written a dialogic mode of everyday language. The nothing come out of nothing. That is, அழ அழுத பிள்ளை பால் குடிக்கும். Then அதிக ஆசை அதிக நஷ்டம். Covered not less, not loss not. Like this. Then next one is riddles. The riddle involve conundrum, enigma, paradox, problem, or puzzle. Matter to be solved or an idea to be recognized by the listener. It presents a question to the listener who have to answer the question. In a suspenseful idea there or theory which has to be discovered by the listener. They may appear to have been constructed or negative notes. They test the intelligence and the critical listening. They link the old man with the young and thus contribute to the progression of the society. Riddles have been referred to in Tolkapiam. This origin can be traced accordingly. They can they can be they can well be ordered in Tolkapiam. Tolkapiam is a very old Tamil grammar. A few sample of riddle. Then a big glass full of gems. I translated like this, but the original sombu neraya kembu, that is pomegranate. Then one is water. அல்லாமல் அள்ள முடியாது கிள்ள முடியாது, that is water. பிறை கவ்வி மலை நடக்கும், that is a hill walk carrying the moon, is elephant. Like this, some of the riddles are there. Types of riddles: generic type, folk riddle, literary riddle, usage based editions, explanatory riddles, witty and interrogative riddles, ritualistic riddles, recreative riddles, educative riddles, informative riddles. Like this, these are the types of the riddles. Then folk art. Sense of art is inborn and inherent in men. Handicrafts, symbolic passion, emotions, spontaneity, and aesthetic sense of man. They educate, entertain, and inform men. Archaeology, sociology, and anthropology really relay much of handicraft of different kinds. Ancient men lived in common communion with nature and embedded embedded the value and lessons of nature. Happiness and the sense of self and certain contentment were the chief objective of life. Folk arts, folk arts represent the time of those days, the modes and the concern of man. They are relics. Based on its characteristic, folk Devaratam, Sevayatam,
वो पिक्चर दिख रहा है
Chakayatam, Kadiyalatam, these are the performing arts. Then folk arts and
हाँ हाँ
handicrafts.
ठीक है
These
ठीक है
the
ऐसे
following are have been in
अच्छा
pottery, paper doll, wooden doll, mat weaving,
हाँ
wooden
हाँ
mat weaving, and wooden engraving and sculpture, metal sculpture, stone sculpture, temple car, chariot, and palanquin.
ठीक है उसको बीच में चला
Decorations, weaving and dyeing,
हाँ
Tanjavur
हाँ
plates,
ठीक ठीक है
cardamom,
ओके
paddy of rain art, garland, pearl garland, like this.
हाँ ऑडियो वीडियो दो
Then folk beliefs. If we closely look at the belief system of life, the influence of folkloristic culture will emerge to the surface. For instance, even in the technological proficient world, man believe that pregnancy is a divine blessing and God can grant or withhold a childbirth. Pregnancy is associated with the divine blessing. Hence, women involve the fasting and perform tabas to to be get a child. The neem tree is
हेलो
believed to cure
हाँ प्रणाम सर हाँ नेक्स्ट इज योर सर इनके बाद ही
cancer
आपका
and so on.
ठीक
It
है
is
सर
not
ठीक है
to
अब खत्म ही
across
होने वाला होगा अब तो हो गया
children
टाइम अच्छे
are
से
named with the name
हाँ
gods and deities. Children are tonsured and
अरे
their
सर
ear
उसको छोड़िए सर आप
perished as a mark of gratitude and
हाँ
obedience to particular
जी
god.
जी
The other prominent beliefs
जी जी
are
जी सर जी अब
the
इनका
beliefs of
होने वाला होगा क्या
attaining puberty,
जी सर
daytime,
हाँ
place,
जी
stars
जी सर
celebrating of it. The belief of marriage.
हम्म,
Marriage are made in the heaven. The belief on agriculture, worship before sowing seeds, harvest, and storing pongal. The beliefs on rain. It it rain if rain will well when the heaven is pleased. Madari Vadidal. The belief of belief on animal and birds. The association of animal kingdom with with deity. The belief of guests and relations. Crowing. The beliefs on stars. The order of star go, govern our life. The belief on moles. Mole on a palm signs signify financial clocklessness, the belief on date and time, day, night, auspicious, inauspicious days and time. The belief on direction. What is the direction? That is Vastu and so on. The belief on Rangoli, that is a column. The belief on God, temple, prayer, and worship. The belief on home, shape, size, and location. The belief on diseases. A particular God can cure a particular disease. The belief on food, food taboo, fasting, distributing free food. The belief on dress and wears, what dress to wear for festival and celebrations. The belief on travel, when to begin a travel, lucky mode of transport. The belief on destiny, previous birth and cycle of birth and death. The belief on Lord Yama, the beliefs on luck and ill luck. The on astrology and fortune telling of various forms. The belief on dream, apart from the Freud, the belief of woman and woman, that is lizard clicking, cat running across are the beliefs. Then the belief on black magic, exercise existing spell, charms and magical enchantment. The belief on contagious magic, the belief on undoing, reversing, and withholding the effect of spills. Then folk rites and rituals. Men were apprehensive of the power of element of nature and begin to worship them so that they could live safely from the impact of natural calamities. Thus, they developed the practices of worshipping nature, worshipping ghosts and spirits, that is animism, and traditional icon totemism, other worship on totemism, festicism, that is worship on holy things, and worship on ancestors, worship on garden and deities, worship of chief god and goddesses. Each form of worship had their rigid procedure. The rites and rituals associated with these worship were perished over by local, regional, and communal priests. The worship of chief god was conducted by Brahmin priest only. Folk festival. Folk festival. The folk festivals were essentially religious and were influenced by the spiritual aspects of life. Chariot festival. This one is temple chariot. That it is a great one and it is from Tirunelveli. Then this is Pongal festival. Pongal festival is native festival of Tamil Nadu. Uh, Temple chariot festival, fire walking, visiting the burial ground, self-sacrifice rituals, shows, markets, fair, which are conducted during the festival occasions. Religious promissory assurance to return for fulfillment of certain wishes. Folk medicine. Even most of the medicine are you are getting from the this getting from these um, natural um, natural things. that is natural from tree and some other natural things. That is called folk medicine. These medicine are for most of the people from Tamil Nadu are using, and other in other way in English medicine also using. So fo- this folk medicine is useful for the long term. It takes long time to heal, but um, so the regular usage of food is also the folk medicine they were using. Here, folk medicine, each society has evolved a typical medicinal system, which is a social construct. Several historical evidences that this diseases and medical treatment are integrated with the social system and system. The folk medicine medicinal system is classified as folk medicine, ethnomedicine, then popular medicine, popular health maintenance, and cultural ethnicity. There are home medicinal system, that is party vaityam, grandma medicinal system, and herbal medicines. Tamil medicine is mainly mentioned as Siddha medicine, folk architecture. You know, in Tamil Nadu, we are having so many temples. Uh, these temples are architectural, have architectural values. Most of the temples are built by in Agama system, Agama Vidhi. Here, some about this.
Excuse me, sir. I would request you to conclude since time is running out. Excuse me, sir.
Yes,
Ellen
madam. Yes, madam.
Govan, sir. I would request you to conclude since time is running out and next speaker
Okay,
is
okay. I
awaiting.
wait. Okay, okay, madam. Here, I can conclude with this, madam.
Yes, sir. Kindly do so.
Ancient Tamil literature is many centuries old and symbolized art and architecture, which were the uh, product of folk culture. Drawing in the mother of arts. Drawing is the mother of arts. Sculpture is derived from drawing. The temple of Tamil Nadu are treasure of statues representing the spiritual and artistic and aesthetic sense of the Tamils. Copper idols and the contribution of Tamil community to the world. Art art lies is in stone and copper sculptures. Tamil architecture is traditional and ancient. Tamil architecture exists strength, comfort, and aesthetic sense. Many ancient buildings stand the test test of time. The stand displaying the glorious and wisdom of the past. Folk technology. This folk technology is usual, mostly this from agriculture. In agriculture, the most of the new technology are using. Then urban folk songs and folk tales. This is the new and modern city based folk songs. That is, most of the people came came to come to city and start their lives. These people are giving folk songs, that is Ghana songs. Uh, migrants settle and native of the urban area create urban folk songs. In a cosmopolitan city like Chennai, daily wager, platform vendors, hawkers, and petty traders involved to constructing indigenous song known as Ghana. These songs may be called
जी सर
as urban folk songs. They may deal with various themes like romance, heroism, and death.
अच्छा
Folk
अच्छा सर
uh,
सर अभी अभी मत
do,
जाइएगा अभी
fake
वो
and fake songs, that is
गिरमिटिया पे
fake
बोलेंगे ना
tales, fake
उपाध्याय जी
lore, that is called.
तो अभी
Uh,
इनके बाद ही
Fake folk songs follow certain rhymes and beats, popular and pseudo art
हाँ हाँ
art
हाँ
imitation.
हाँ हाँ
Folk songs and
नहीं कल
create
के लोग तो ठीक था ये थोड़ा सा
dubbies,
जी
one of entertainment
हाँ
media like film. They misuse the
अच्छा अच्छा सर
popularity
अच्छा
and and fame of folk songs. Unfortunately, duplicity is appreciated by the fans.
अच्छा
Thank you. This is my
अच्छा
conclusion.
सर
So far, we have discussed the outline of the history of Tamil folklore, which is actually oceanic. However, the session might might have inspired you to produce further in this field by undertaking comparative study of folklore. That is, the Tamil folklore may be compared with the folklore of other states. The role of Tamil folklore is constituting Indian folklore may also be studied. I sincerely thank Madam Pallavi Mishra to give me an opportunity to interact with the esteemed audience on a very significant topic. She has she has been continuously drawing me into this webinar by discussing things with me, how things can come out effectively. I thank her very much. I am also indebted to the organizer of the webinar of SDM PG College, Daiwala, Dehradun, Uttarakhand. I also take this opportunity to thank the participants for their attentive listening. My most sincere thanks are due to one and all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was beautiful, invigorating talk and very interesting slides. And
Okay,
thanks
madam.
for joining us and delivering such an invigorating and insightful lecture on Tamil folklores. Mental
Okay, madam. Only one request, madam.
yes, yes,
Is
sir.
any research scholar want to study about Tamil folklore?
Yes, sir.
They easily come to Chennai and approach any of us. They can guide them.
Sir, we will definitely see to it that
Okay,
if students are interested, and we will
okay,
also inspire them, motivate them that they do researches on languages which are from South India, and
yes,
mental processes as they are the same in various
yes,
cultures, although the
yes.
manifestations might be different. So,
Only one request, madam.
yeah,
Some of the scholars from Indian countries are coming and studying about our culture
sir.
in Tamil culture.
Yes,
But
sir.
why Indian people, other North Indian people are not at all coming and taking opportunity to work with us?
We are hopeful that times would definitely change, sir. Since people
Okay,
they
madam.
get absorbed in these parts in this part of the country, and maybe there are some hesitations, some certain kind of uh, things which we will have to instill in them that they move beyond boundaries, they move towards the south, and bring from there
Okay, we welcome, madam.
a greater part
We
of.
are open-heartedly welcoming.
Yes, sir. Definitely, it's going to happen one day, sir. When scholars like you
Okay,
are
madam.
so much interested in coming forward and dispersing, disseminating knowledge, then such kind of things are definitely going to happen. Thank you so much, sir.
I have no opinion about North India, but after this title, I have gone through in website about Uttarakhand and another area.
Sir, you are. We invite you to this part of to the Uttarakhand also, so that you can see the folk traditions, which are. It is Uttarakhand is very rich in its folk art forms, folk culture, folk
Yes, yes.
dances, folk music, and also the scenario is very beautiful. So my request is I invite you to come to Uttarakhand soon.
Okay, madam.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, madam. Thank you. Namaskar.
Namaste, sir. So let us proceed to the next part of the webinar. Let me invite the second speaker, our guest speaker, Professor Omkar Nath Upadhyay. Tanima, has he joined? Has Professor Omkar Nath Upadhyay come online?
Ma'am, not yet. No, ma'am.
Okay, let me check.
नमस्कार हमारा देश और पूरा विश्व आज opened.
Sir, you are awaited. Hello.
Yes.
Sir, आप आ जाइए. You are awaited.
I have already opened your site.
Are you there? Sir, then I am going to introduce you. Yes, sir.
On YouTube.
No, not on YouTube. You will have to come on Google Meet.
Oh, Google Meet.
Yes, sir. Meanwhile, as the professor is on his way to joining us, let me introduce Professor Omkar Nath Upadhyay. Professor Omkar Nath Upadhyay is professor
Ma'am, he has joined.
in the
He has joined.
Department of English, in the Department of English and Modern European Languages at the University of Lucknow. Professor Omkar Nath Upadhyay has authored the book English Poetry of the Movement, is the editor journal Perspectives on Indian Diaspora, and has several published papers in reputed journals. He has been a resource person in several refresher courses in various academic colleges of the country, has organized workshops on American Studies pedagogy, on Shakespearean studies in the University of Lucknow. Professor Upadhyay has actively participated in numerous seminars and conferences and chaired the sessions. He has supervised several researches on Indians writing in English and diasporic writers of the subcontinent. His major research project is on the diasporic sensibility, the literature of Indian diaspora in Mauritius. Professor Upadhyay was also a member of Indian delegation in the International Bhojpuri Conference that happened at Mauritius on August 2009, organized by Indian Diaspora Center in collaboration with Ministry of Education. He was invited for a talk on cultural replication of the nation in diaspora at Center for Black Diaspora at DePaul University, Chicago, USA. It is an honor to welcome Professor Omkar Nath Upadhyay to speak on folklores and oratures. Sir.
Namaskar.
Namaste, sir.
To all my illumined speakers and audience. I am very thankful to my previous speaker who talks about Tamil.
and it reminded me of one of the incidents in the life of Professor A.K. Ramanujan. He was professor of English in Chicago University. In 1962, once he happened to visit Chicago University Library, and he found two Tamil texts in the library, Tolkappiyam and Kuruntokai. So when he went those two texts, he was so much enamored, influenced, impressed, that he collected folklores of Tamil, translated them into English, and in Chicago University, a department of Dravidian languages was opened. Professor A.K. Ramanujan was the founder, head of the department. So there lies such a great magnanimity of folklore Tamil literature. Let me come to my topic. My topic of today is Girmitia Bhojpuri Diaspora, Challenges and Opportunities. So I wish to begin with my first word, that is Girmitia. Actually, the word Girmitia is derived from the word agreement. From agreement, agrementia, and from agrementia to Girmitia. And there are so many schools, so many such words used for those indentured laborers, like Girmitia, Kangani, Kulichut, Jahazi Bhai, Ganishak, and Masti. These are different words used in connection with those indentured laborers who were forcefully sent from different parts of India to countries like Fiji, Mauritius, Guyana, Trinidad, Tobago, and so on. So, Malaysia. As far as Girmitias are concerned, these are indentured laborers who went to countries like Fiji and Mauritius, Trinidad and Tobago from eastern UP and Bihar. So there is an article, very famous article, two articles I would like to refer. One is by Suresh Mishra. The title is From Sugar to Masala. These indentured labors were carried by those British rulers and contractors to work in sugar cane fields. They started their journey from sugar cane, and presently they are in government. In countries like Trinidad, like Fiji, and Mauritius, we find that those Girmitias, those indentured laborers, they are still governing to those nations. So the question arises, as I mentioned, challenges and opportunities. Actually, wherever the British went, they went to rule over the land of the nations. In the Victorian period, it was said that the sun never sets in the realm of Queen Victoria. But the sun of England did set after Second World War. Whereas the sun of Indian diaspora shall never set. Why? Because Indians went abroad to rule over the heart of the people of the nations instead of ruling over the land. भूभाग नहीं, शत शत मानव के हृदय जीतने का निश्चय. With strong determination to rule over the heart of the people of the nations. So they still live and they still
जैसे ये है
get
तो ये ऐसा नहीं
great
लगता कि ये
deal of
बड़े में आ जाए।
recognitions.
ऐसा
Not only that,
जो बोलेगा ना
I'd like to refer to
कि अभी
major
जैसे
writers,
ग्रुप
not
में
only in
ना
politics,
बड़े में
but in literature also. We find it was a great writer, V.S. Naipaul, who won Nobel Prize. In his Nobel Prize lecture, he says, "I'm too close and too far to the nation, to India. India is not my country. It cannot be. Still, I am very close and too far with the nation." That indicates a bondage of those nostalgic bondage of those Girmitias all over the world. The writers like Vijay Mishra, I remind of Vijay Mishra belonged to, his forefathers belonged to Allahabad. He was a great scholar and he settled himself in Australia. There are scholars like Vijay Mishra, Sudesh Mishra. The greatest work on diaspora, Indian diaspora, what I feel, is written by Vijay Mishra. And the title is Literature of Indian Diaspora, in which he has given a comprehensive study of Girmitia literature. Now, Sudesh Mishra I have already quoted. We have writers like M.G. Vasanji, settled in Canada, wrote Gani Shak. Then we have Satyendra Nandan, we have Briz Vilal, we have Subramani. All these writers belong to India, then went to countries like Fiji, Trinidad, Tobago, Mauritius, and Guyana. And then from there, on account of their expertise, on account of their dedication, on account of their devotion towards the nations, because these writers carried Indian cultural values. And on the basis of those Indian cultural values, they still get their recognition all over the world. So, as far as Girmitia diaspora is concerned, let me tell you, diaspora and expatriate, these are two different words. We often get confused. We say that Jhumpa Lahiri is a diasporic writer. Bharati Mukherjee is diasporic writer. Yashmin Gunaratne is a diasporic writer. No. They are expatriates because they, in diaspora, I remind of the statement of Makarand Paransupe. Makarand Paransupe has mentioned at one place, Makarand Paransupe has mentioned at one place that there are two, in his book, in diaspora, there are two qualifications for diaspora. First is trans-nation, second is trans-culture. Otherwise, we all are some or the other way diasporic, may be called diasporic. I belong to Varanasi. Walking in Lucknow, we find migration, change. But there's no change of culture. There's no change of nation. Since there's no change of culture, there's no change of nation, it cannot be called diaspora. First thing. Second qualifications of diaspora, that an ethnic group moves from one place to the other place. There we find Kangani. Kangani means, if you try to find out, Kangani means kin group. Kin group. When there is a kin group, belonging to one family, belonging to one caste, and the caste or group or family or the people of a particular area, when they ethnic group move from one place to the other place, only that it is called diaspora. The different elements of diaspora, according to William Saffron and others have already mentioned, William Peerbhai and others, few things, just a remind of one statement, and then that gives complete definition. Tulsidas has said in Ramsit Manas, which was quoted by Vijay Mishra in his book also. तापस वेश विशेष उदासी 14 वर्ष राम वनवासी. Three major elements are there. One is Vesh. Vesh is not of a king. Vesh is not of an elite person. But Vesh is of indentured poor laborers. Then Vishesh Udasi. Melancholy is there. Nostalgia is there. Alienation is there. But these three different words have different connotations and meanings. Longing for belongingness is there. Hybridity of culture is there. But all these have different meanings. You don't find any similarity in between. Let me take only one word. Nostalgia. Nostalgia means griha viraha. Homesickness is too much attachment with the house, with the home. So, let me recall some of the nostalgic feelings of these Girmitias, indentured laborers, Kanganis, gunny sacks, masties of different countries. Let me quote first from Suriname. How they express their emotions through Bhojpuri language. I discussed Bhojpuri a bit of 2-3 minutes. सात समुंदर पार जाए के एक नवदेश का सपना सजाए के लौटब घर कस के पैसा कमाए के. सात समुंदर पार जाए के एक नवदेश का सपना सजाए के लौटब घर कस के पैसा कमाए के. कुछ दिन परदेश में रह के भाई धीमे धीमे आदत पड़ जाए. सरकार के बल पे जमीन मिल जाए सब छोड़ छाड़ वापस के जाए. It is a dream of those indentured laborers who went to Suriname. Let me tell the one of the examples of anguish of Girmitias through Bhojpuri language. Although I'm not a singer, but I can only recite few lines, and I'm sure that you all can understand. रेलिया बैरी पिया को ले जाए रे. रेलिया रेल ट्रेन. रेलिया बैरी पिया को ले जाए रे. रेलिया बैरी. जौने टिकसवा पे पिया मोल जाई है. जौने टिकसवा टिकट, but broken form is टिकसवा. जौने टिकसवा पे पिया मोल जाई है पानी बल से टिकस गली जाए रे. The wife wishes for the rainfall which would mutilate the ticket carried by the husband. And not only that, टिकट गलने से उसका नहीं मतलब है, आगे भी कहती है, जौने साहबवा के सैया मोरे नौकर, जौने साहबवा के सैया मोरे नौकर, गोली दागे घायल कर जाए रे, ऐसी गोली लगे कि वो घायल हो जाए, मर जाए, हमारा हस्बैंड फ्री हो जाए. This kind of anguish is there. Not only that, another example, as a very famous writer we all know of Bhojpuri, known as Videshia. So Videshia wrote very emotive and sensitive Bhojpuri songs. Again, I'm reciting two lines. पाल के जहजिया में रोई धोई पैठी हो, कैसे होई काला पानी पार रे विदेशिया. कैसे होई, how can this kala pani be over? जियरा दियाए घाट कौनो नाई आई हो, बीता दिन काल भय मास रे विदेशिया. बीतल दिन रात भय मास रे विदेशिया. Let's see. Whenever the time of anguish prevails, it looks very long, whereas the time of pleasure becomes very short. So in this way, I have something about this indentured laborers. Now I'd like to discuss something about Indian Bhojpuri literature and its grandiosity, how grand it is, and how people are walking. I just remind one book. I hope that those who know Hindi, they must read the book by Arunesh Niran. Arunesh Niran is a writer who wrote a book, Hamar Gaon. And this Hamar Gaon is my village, not my village, our village. Hamar Gaon is a collection of memoirs of great eminent Hindi writers of their childhood experiences. So as far as India is concerned, constitutionally there are 23 languages recognized by Constitution of India. However, it is said, again in Bhojpuri, कोस कोस पर पानी बदले चार कोस पर बानी. Now, on each 4 into 3, 12 kilometers, the accent. There's difference between Bhasha and Vani. The accent of Bhojpuri of Balia differs from the Bhojpuri of Varanasi, varies from the Bhojpuri of Allahabad. So what I mean to say, that Brahmi and Kharoshti, these are two oldest schools of languages. out of which all the languages of the East and the West came into existence. Indian school of languages are so rich that a great writer, Sir George Grierson, wrote 12 volumes of books on linguistic survey of India. Such a vast variety is there, in which he talks about 179 languages and 544 dialects. The oldest dictionary of any language is written in Indian School of Language. That is Amarkosh. The government of India also proposes to take a great challenge to teach the school level students in their mother tongue. Also, I'd like to mention, bring your kind notice, that Bhojpuri is a recognized language of Mauritius. There are 23 Dravidian languages, 35 Indo-Aryan languages, and 12 Sino-Tibetan languages. As far as language of Bihar is concerned, including some portions of Eastern Uttar Pradesh, there are 3 major schools of languages: Magadhi, Maithili, and Bhojpuri. Bhojpuri language is spoken in 16 countries, like especially India, Fiji, Mauritius, Trinidad, Tobago, Nepal, Suriname, Singapore, South Africa, Uganda, West Indies, Brazil, Guyana, and South America. These are the countries where we find the Bhojpuri speakers. I have my very nice experience, which I would like to share in few minutes. That I joined my government PG college, Vedic Hall, in 1998. When I was going from Kotadwar to Vedic Hall, I stayed in Sagala Koti. Everybody spoke Garhwali language. Suddenly I heard the sound of Bhojpuri and I rushed to the man, finding such a great bondage with him. I never met him earlier, would never meet later, but that kind of emotional bondage we find out of language. So language is not only an artifact, but language, what is language? Especially Bhojpuri language. I'm talking about Bhojpuri language spoken in Eastern UP and Bihar. यहाँ के लोगन के भाषा में बा, बसल बा, साहित्य में, संस्कृति में बा, आचार विचार में बा, जीवन व्यवहार में बा, संतन के बानी में बा, महल में बा, छानी में बा, 20 करोड़ लोगन के कंठन में बा. There lies the importance of Bhojpuri at present time. 20 crores across the world speak the language. So it's not only a language, it's a way of life. We find Bhojpuri in uniform. We find Bhojpuri in this language is very rich. Vocabulary of Bhojpuri is very rich. I give you one example, and just propose you to think of its translation. हमार बैला मर कहा नाही बा कभी कभी हम फला. Now just think of its translation into English. Is it possible? No. What I mean to say that this Bhojpuri language is one of the richest languages of the earth. There is one institute, Know Your Roots Center in Mauritius. Mauritius Bhojpuri Institution. There's one Mauritius Bhojpuri Institute. This Mauritius Bhojpuri Institute, during my visit to Mauritius, I met so many Hindi and Bhojpuri, not Hindi scholars, Bhojpuri scholars. There was a great writer, Vasudev Vishnu Dayal, who started Bhojpuri language schools in Mauritius. And there was a very nice song sung by great Bhojpuri writer who speaks, not spoke, still alive, Sarita Buddhu. So she speaks very nice Bhojpuri songs. And one of the songs I would like to quote here, I'd like to request Honorable Coordinator to just warn me 5 minutes in earlier, because I don't want to waste and encroach in others. Although I started at 12, at 12. So whenever you feel that time is, I know the problem because I have already organized 3-4 conferences. So I know the dharma sankat of organizers. कलकत्ता से चलल जहाज जहाजिया धीमे चला. कलकत्ता से चलल जहाज जहाजिया धीमे चला. It's a very famous and very powerful song of I wish I should get you enjoy it, but I can't find it out. Very nice, very powerful song. Not only myself, but so many scholars of this field, like Nirjaya Gupta and Deepika Mukherjee, they all start their lecture with the very song. Such a powerful. So what I mean to say that this period is very powerful, and actually there are certain books on Bhojpuri, a comparative study of Bhojpuri by Shruti Pandey. Shruti Pandey wrote and next one is The Origin and Development of Bhojpuri by Uday Narayan Tiwari. So I wish to show you a beautiful song which we always enjoyed, highlighting the anguish of these indentured laborers. Friends, as I mentioned, there are so many books written in Bhojpuri language. On Bhojpuri language, there's a book, Bhojpuri Language Encyclopedia. There's one, Bhojpuri Language Encyclopedia. Second, a comparative study of Bhojpuri by Suti Pandey. Third, origin and development of Bhojpuri language by Udayanand Tiwari. Fourth, sociology of Bhojpuri by Ram Baksh Mishra. Then, Bhojpuri folk literature by Dharamveer Singh. Then, language as indenture by Mast. So these are some of the writers who wrote books on Bhojpuri language, and we find certain famous writers like Bhikhari Thakur, very famous writer of Eastern UP and Bihar. Bhikhari Thakur wrote a play named Beti Bechwa, attacking upon the social fanatism, social evils prevailing in contemporary society. And this Bhikhari Thakur is known as Shakespeare of Bhojpuri language. Then there was one great writer. One of my friends is also working very hard in Bhojpuri and very dedicated. Ram Narayan Tiwari. He is assistant professor in Gazipur PG College, and is working very hard on Bhojpuri language. Very hard. He dedicated his life, and he mentioned as to how Bhojpuri is the solution to all the problems of contemporary society. For example, sorry. Well, let me try to finish very soon because can I take 2 minutes gap because my battery is being.
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Sir.
Just a minute, please. Or let me complete.
Yes, sir. You take your time, sir.
Huh?
Uh-huh.
May I take
Yes,
for
sir. Yes, sir.
having my
Take your
battery?
time, sir. Yes. दर्द हो रहा है उसको, सर दर्द हो गया है। बाद में फोन करेंगे।
Thank you. Sorry for inconvenience. You know that this is a time of pandemics in which we have different kinds of problems. Network problem, battery discharge problem. Huh? Well, so there are so many writers who talks about there's one great writer in USA of Bhojpuri, Shailesh Mishra. Now, let me tell you certain words of Bhojpuri which we find in other languages, or it may be vice versa. But one thing that Bhojpuri has such a liberal language that it imbibes the words of different languages. Like in Sanskrit, we find Amba, Agni, Pushpa, Ratri, Ashru, Dhrit, Surya, Chandra. These are the words which we find in Bhojpuri in its own accent. Chanda mama aare awa bahare awa, nadiya kinare awa. See, such an emotive language it is. Bhojpuri is a language of emotions. Then we have certain Persian words like Oxus, Gulab, Jindagi. The word Jindagi, ka broken of Jindagi, is from Persian language. Then Chadar, Tamasha, Chira. I remind of one incident in my life. What happened? One Bhojpuri head of department talks of Mukka. And the other faculty was sitting. She came and she said, Bhaiya, baga acha kaila Mukka khol dela. And she started laughing. I asked, ma'am, would you know the meaning of Mukka? Because you don't belong to Bhojpuri belt. You can't know Mukka. I know Mukka. What is Mukka? Fist. Fist doesn't mean Mukka. Mukka means a hole. So, such a vast range we find. Then we have Arabic words, Turkish words, French words. We have very common noun form of Bhojpuri. E. Likhai, padhai, bovai, jotai, katai. This E indicates noun form. So it has such a rich and vibrant literature, and it changes from places to places. Now say I give you the very powerful imagery of Bhojpuri. How Bhojpuri language presents imagery. Madam, I had my meeting from 12:30. Yeah.
So you can conclude if you want, if you wish to.
Yes. I'd like to conclude within 3 minutes, 4 minutes, because it is 12:40, 12:45. I'll like to complete. Such a vast range of Bhojpuri we find. गौवा त एक जिंदा जनावर मातिन बा. Village is compared with a living beast, big beast. How? ऊ सांस लेला तब पत्ता झरेला. When the beast imagery, vast imagery in Bhojpuri only. और देखिए, वो हंसला और रोला तब बाढ़ आवाला और कुल खेत डूब जाला. वो रोला तब बाढ़ आवाला और कुल खेत डूब जाला. Such a powerful imagery we find in Bhojpuri language. My friends, to conclude, I'd like to mention two things only. First, that as far as Bhojpuri is concerned, Bhojpuri is like any of the languages. Bhojpuri is not only a language, it's also a culture, a tradition, and a mode of life. Although translation of Bhojpuri is not so much possible, but still it needs to be impressed. Bhojpuri oral traditions need to be rehabilitated in bookish and electronic form, which people are doing. International status of Bhojpuri can be retained by establishing Bhojpuri study centers, as we find in IGNOU, in Mahatma Gandhi University, MG University, Wardha, in BHU, Varanasi, in MGI, Mahatma Gandhi Institute, Mauritius. What I mean to say, with these words, I'd like to thank my all the audience for your patience for listening to me, and I'm very thankful to Honorable Principal Sir to provide me this opportunity to discuss and highlight my views in the very short span of time, and wish a very great success to the seminar. At last, but not the least, I wish to express my deep sense of gratitude to my sister, Dr. Pallavi Mishra, and wish for the grand success which she had endeavored on account of her sincere efforts. Thank you. May God bless you all the best wishes.
Thank you so much, sir. That was a well-researched, insightful, illuminating talk. Girmitias is a saga of suffering, protest, anguish, alienation, a sense of despair and loss. An eminent folklorist, Sankar Sen Gupta, he observes in his book Folklore and Folk Life in India that sometimes in hardships and struggle also some forms of beautiful and everlasting art emanate. So
Good.
Your lecture ascertains that folklores are not fossilized thing of a hoary past. Its evolution is a continuous process and therefore can become a vehicle of people's aspirations, anxieties, joys and sorrows arising out of their lived experience. Thank you so much, sir, for being a part of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for grateful to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all for your patient listening. Let us move towards the next invited lecture. Our next speaker is Professor D.R. Purohit. retired folklorist and professor from Garhwal University, Garhwal Central University of Garhwal, Srinagar. Tanima, is Purohit sir is he online? Has he come?
No, ma'am.
No.
Sir hasn't. No, ma'am.
Hello.
Pranam sir. Sir, you are awaited in the webinar. We are waiting for you.
No. I'm there. I'm listening to Professor.
Sir, please come online. Let us start.
I don't know how to come online. I'm available there. I have to be seen there.
Oh,
My
sir, have you joined us? Have you joined us on the Google Meet?
Yes, I'm there on B for Varanasi.
Okay, sir. Okay. Let us check. Tanima, please see if. Let me introduce Dr. Professor D.R. Purohit. Professor D.R. Purohit is a pioneer in folklore research. His path-breaking documentation of the folklore and material cultures of the different ethnic groups of Garhwal Himalayas is one of its kind. Currently engaged as advisor and collaborator in a research project, Dynamics of Ritual, at the University of Heidelberg with Dr. C. Brosius and Karin Pollitt on the sub-project Heritage Rituals in India and the State of Uttaranchal. Professor Purohit produced 4 plays for Vidyadhars Srikala Srinagar, conducted a month-long workshop on theatre in the HNB Garhwal University, coordinated a month-long workshop on theatre in the HNB Garhwal University, coordinated a month-long workshop on the documentation of the music of the dhol and its ensemble for Reach, Dehradun. He has scripted songs, engaged in research and training of the Mangal Geets, auspicious songs of Garhwal, wrote numerous theatre scripts, directed one-act plays, and has acted in at least 20 plays produced by several theatre groups. Professor Purohit has more than 15 published books on folklores and has delivered lectures in many seminars and conferences having folklore as theme. He is a member of American Studies Research Center, Contemporary Society, Baroda, member Uttarakhand Sanskriti Sahitya Evam Kala Parishad, Uttaranchal, and numerous prestigious organizations. His bio has an interesting description of childhood education. Went to a local primary school and taught by the famous teacher Hari Ram Purohit. Became an expert in taking herds daily to the forest and thereafter learned to plough fields out of compulsion. Artistic hobbies like seeing Ramlila and dance rituals like Pandava, Nag and Goril germinated during the period. At the age of 15, established the drama club of Kuili village and scripted and directed a couple of Nautanki-style plays for the club. Acted the parts of Ram, Lakshman, Sita, Ahilya and Sumant and many other minor plays in the Ram Leelas every year. Professor Purohit is a living legend amongst us, and it gives me tremendous pride to invite him to speak to us today. Sir, please turn on your microphone and hello.
Yes, am I audible now?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Am I visible also?
But we would be more delighted if turn on your video, sir, so that we can
Where is the video? I don't know where to turn it on. Am I there?
Yes, sir, you are very much there, sir. Let us say. And we are awaiting your talk for long. We have been waiting, so please start.
My face is not visible there, is it?
A face is not visible, sir.
Sir, Sir, you can turn on your video. You can go below and you will find the video just
Yeah.
near the mic.
Yes. Yeah.
So there is a video option.
Yes.
Will you
Yes.
find?
Yes.
So
Yes. Am
just
I? Yes.
exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Am I visible now?
Yes, sir. Sir, it's not
Yes,
like
sir. Yes, sir.
focusing.
Now we can
Yes,
see
yes.
you.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
great.
Now it's fine. Now it's
It's
absolutely
fine.
fine, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now it's fine, sir.
Namaskar, sir.
Okay. Namaskar, everybody. You have read out my bio. It is a very old bio. I think somebody published it on Google some 20 years ago. Hello. Hello. Is
Yes.
he audible properly?
Yes, sir. There is some glitch, some technical glitches there, but it's okay, sir. Slowly it
Okay.
will
It will.
become fine.
It is manageable.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. 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 I have heard Professor Dhananjay speaking.
Professor Dhananjay Singh was
I heard Sankana.
he was remembering you, and he
He was
asked
there yesterday.
he asked us to convey
He was there yesterday.
his regards to you.
Okay, thank you. And Sankanath and one another person, I don't know what is his full name. So I feel comfortable, relieved that they have spoken
Yes.
most of the folklore varieties, and what are the genres of folklore. The Tamil professor even spoke of the proverbs and of the crafts and of the architecture, everything of culture. So for me, it becomes easy to speak on the folklores and their affections in the modern literature and culture. Is it clear, Pallavi?
Yes, sir, it is clear. You are audible. Yes, sir. Please continue.
Okay. So instead of now, better not waste my time on definitions and categories of folklore. I'll start with the folklores of the Himalaya. I'll speak about the folklores of the central Himalaya. And please tell me his full name. What is his full name? Tamil professor. Helena.
Uh,
Ilangovan. Ilangovan is
Govan.
my name.
Elangovan, Professor Elangovan, yeah, he was so comprehensive in his description of the folklores. I enjoyed it.
Thank you, sir.
So I'll talk about the folklores of the Central Himalaya. So Central Himalaya is it has got the aboriginal culture, aboriginal society, and also the society which migrated from all the parts of this country. They came from Tamil Nadu, they came from Orissa, Bengal, Assam, Manipur, Maharashtra, Kashmir, and everywhere, and got settled here. When they came on pilgrimage here, some of them got tired and got go back and settled on the slopes of Himalaya. The local term for such tired pilgrims settling here is Thakil, got they got settled here. So Uttarakhand mountains became the melting pot of all cultures. And we have the folklores, of course, the major folklores. I'll not talk of the minor folklores. Major folklores are the ballads. Ballads, myths. Myths is the majority of the folklores. the drama, the theater, the folk songs, and of course, the fairs and festivals. And yeah, my part of the folk work, for example, the sports, magic, the magic, the dance, and dance, of course, is the major part. So Uttarakhand has got a very rich variety of folks. One should get interested in it. There'll be ways to look at variety. We have got at least 1,000 forms of dances here in the Uttarakhand has. We have about 1,000, about 3,000 fairs and festivals which take place in different parts of the 3,000 in a year. In a single district where you have Terry Lake, you might have heard of the Terry Lake. We have 150 festivals happening together in a single month of Baisakh. Baisakh is till mid-May, that is called Baisakh. 150 festivals taking place in a single month. And then Uttarakhand has a very large festival which is called Nanda Devi Raja. Everybody has heard about it. Nanda Devi is the presiding deity of the 9 districts out of 30 districts of Uttarakhand. In every village of these 9 districts, every year festivals take place in the month of Bhadrapada. Bhadrapada is mid or September. So this festival is called in Kumaon region, it is called Kumara Asham Yatra. In Narwal region, it is called Nanda Pati, Silpati, Padbeda, Billa Tyohar. So many other names are given to the festival. And every year, a kind of symbolic ritual is organized to send another Devi to her husband's house, from her home to her husband's house. Her husband's home is a Kailash. And the maternal home is every village that the festival is taking place. And from there, a kind of symbolic bidai, symbolic farewell is organized every year as a part of the festival. And every year there are about 7 or 10 journeys, long journeys, which are made for which she is sent off to Lord Shiva's place. And journeys undertaken in which some 50 to 1,000 people participate and travel a distance of 7 kilometers to 100 kilometers. And they hold a ritual at point that the Devi and Nanda is supposed to be moving over towards the Lord's house. These are called annual ghats, annual journey, annual yatra, like a yatra of Yatra, Bengal, Odisha, and Assam. These are different. Yatra is different. It is an actual yatra, actual journey taking place with the parasols, with the incense, with the mountains, and then moving into the higher Himalayan regions. But more interesting is the 12-yearly Raj Jat, the royal pilgrimage, taking its name from history. The history says in the 9th century, the ruler of Garhwal called Shalipal. Shalipal undertook a journey, a royal journey on the name of Nanda Devi. Supposing that he was given a farewell Nanda Devi to the house of Lord Shiva in Kailash. He organized a pilgrimage, big pilgrimage, in which he asked every coordinates to accompany him in the pilgrimage. And so many pilgrims joined together, conferenced at many points, and ultimately led into the Himalaya. This pilgrimage, which was first organized by Shalpa in the 9th century, continues till date. And in 2014, about 500 small tributaries participated in this Sunday Raja. And about 35 lakh pilgrims joined on the way. And some 25,000 pilgrims continued marching up to the height of 70,500 feet at Junakali, then going down to another very rapidly terminating at Kumpul, which is at the height of 16,500 feet. So this journey takes a time of some 22 days, and covers a total distance from place of origin to place termination. It takes the distance of 280 kilometers and takes 22 days to travel. So it has been done as a Mahakumbh of Uttarakhand. The pilgrims and the deities here in science, from Munsari to Kulmara to every day in all the regions of Uttarakhand participate, and it becomes big Mahakumbh. Last time in 2014, the total money exported into the market is calculated to be some 500 crores within a short span of 30 days. That is the sale of the economy that Sarah creates. And Jata, I should speak. We also seek cultural and political-cultural integration of the 9 districts of Uttarakhand region. When everybody comes together, this is the meeting point. The Devi is the meeting point of all society and culture. They come together, they travel together, they share their experiences, share the knowledge, they share their culture, and they become one. It because of oneness in the Royal Pilgrims of 2000 that the government of India,
Excuse me, sir.
Hype
Excuse me, sir.
in media.
Sir,
Yes.
excuse me.
Yes.
Sir, although you are audible,
Please.
but the voice is not clear. So, sir, please do this.
Okay.
Please switch off your video and just keep your microphone on. Probably there is some problem in connectivity. Your voice is not clear. Audio is not clear.
My voice is not good. Okay.
Yes, sir. So please turn off
Okay.
Yes, now.
I switch off the.
Yes, sir. Now this is better,
Yes,
sir.
am I audible now?
Yes, sir. This is better.
Okay.
So please continue.
I was talking of just one. I was just talking of one big, great festival, Mahakumbh of Uttarakhand Hills, that is Nanda Devi Raja. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. It is audible now.
Yes. Is it okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now
You
it's
are
fine.
audible now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is one festival, and I told you there are more than 3,000 festivals which take place in many parts. That is a part of the folklore. Let no one get confused that festivals are not fairs and festivals are not the part of the folklore. They are also the part of the folklore. So then we have a great folklore of the Mahabharata. In Garhwal itself, is there any problem, Pallaviji?
No, nothing, sir. Nothing. Please continue. Nothing, sir. There is no problem. Please continue.
Okay. Mahabharata is another great folklore in the Himalayan mountains. We have 16 ritual variants of Mahabharata lore, which are held every third or every sixth year in Garhwal. Pandava dance ritual itself is held in more than 1,000 villages of Garhwal. Let me tell to your listeners, make it clear to your listeners very exactly that Mahabharata rituals, Mahabharata dances are not held in any region other than Garhwal, not even in Himachal, not in the Kumaon region. It is very strange that they start happening from a point in the Garhwal region that is called Gwaldam, and they end at a point in the Toms Valley, which is called Tuni. And the Pandava rituals do not happen in Himachal Pradesh or any other place. So there are 16 variants of Mahabharata ritual. We have the folklores of Karna, we have the folklore of Duryodhan, we have the folklore of Kamsa, we have many folklores of Krishna, we have the folklore of Pandavas, we have the folklore of Abhimanyu, we have the folklore of Bhim, we have the folklore of one more I'm seeing. Yes, Vidhata, the Bhimata. We have the folklore of Nan, which also concerns with Mahabharata. So 16 variants are there. And in the year 2011, I was one of the organizers of the Jai Utsav in Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts. I was in the managing committee there. And I claimed there that the largest folk Mahabharata of the world is in Garhwal. And they were rather surprised to hear this strange statement or this judgmental statement. I told them that we have 16 Mahabharata laws. And for every law, there is a ritual. And the ritual is not just a day or two. The ritual is for 15 days, for 19 days. And for the Pandavas themselves, the ritual is so large. It is so comprehensive, so amazing that one would not believe it so easily when I say it. So this Mahabharata lore is sung. In 1996, I recorded one such Mahabharata lore which was sung in the temple of Agastya Muni, Rasi, Sila, and one more place that was Falasi. They stopped singing it. They had to stop in 1975. And in 1996, I have recreated it, rather requested them to recreate it. And it was recorded and the lore was transcribed. And the transcription itself reached up to 800 pages in manuscript. That is being translated now, and Harvard University Press has accepted it for its publication. That will be published very soon. So that is the variety of the Mahabharata lore. In Uttarakhand, I told you that this is the largest Mahabharata, folk Mahabharata of the world. So this is the Mahabharata lore. We have the Ramayana lore. And Ramayana lore is not so comprehensive, so extensive, but coincidentally or luckily in the Rama Katha Mahotsav of 2008, a team of Garhwal presented a Raman narrative and dance in ITMCA, and then Paula Richman, an American scholar on Rama Katha, she recommended it to be documented and sent to UNESCO. And the documents were sent to UNESCO, and in 2009, the UNESCO declared this dance drama form as the intangible heritage of the world. It is in the list of UNESCO as an intangible heritage of the world. That is the Ramayana lore, which is also sung and danced and enacted, not only in one village, but many villages of that area. Then we have the largest lores, are the Krishna lore. Sri Krishna lore. So Sri Krishna lore is sung in various ways. I don't know how many forms. There's one lore which is sung at Sema Mukhem. The Sri Krishna himself has become a cult. We consider him to be, whenever a cow starts milking, the first milk is to be offered to Lord Krishna. This is the tradition here. And Lord Krishna has 9 temples in Garhwal region and 7 temples in Kumaon region. In Kumaon region, Krishna's story is sung as Ramol Gatha. And in Garhwal region, Krishna's lores are sung as Nagarja Gatha. It is said that after Mahabharata war, Krishna, in order to seek solace in the Himalaya, came to a place where a very rude and arrogant man was the ruler. Gangu Ramola was his name. Krishna asked a small niche for his settlement, for his temple, but Gangu Ramola rejected the plea request outrightly and said, "Oh, look," he said, "no, you are such a rich king, you must offer me the shelter." Krishna went there in the disguise of a yogi, sadhu, a saint, hermit. But he said, "No, I have nothing. I'm a poor man." And Krishna said, "So it be." And everything of Gangu Ramola was transformed into stones and soil. When his wife understood the secret mystery and she pursued the hermit to recant, and he reconsidered her request and said, "Okay, I cannot convert back the stones into the living thing, but yet you will have all prosperity." And he also granted them a boon that they would be blessed with sons. They didn't have any issue. So they were blessed with 2 sons, Sidhwa and Vidhwa Ramola. So in our Nagarja rituals lore, the story of Sidhwa, Vidhwa, Gangu Ramola and Krishna is sung. So that is Krishna lore. Then we have variety of folk songs. We have folk songs which are sung in the forest. These are called Nyoli in Kumaon region. Long, haunting, melodious songs which are sung. These are called Nyoli. These are called Dhura Paras in Josimat region. These are called Bazuban in Tiri region. These are called Dharuka Geet in Uttarkasi region. And these are called Chura Pawara in Uttarkasi and Ravai region. And somewhere these are called Laman also. So that is the variety of song. And then these songs are the part of the dances. The circular dances we have circular dances all through the mountains. The circular dances in Pithoragarh, they are called Fulkhels. The circular dances upstream there in Munsiari, these are called Hatjo, Duska. And these dances coming down to Almora, these are called Chachri. And coming down to Nainital or to Bageshwar, these are called Chodas. And going up towards Badrinath, these are called Dhakuris. And then there in Pori district, these dances are called Thadya. In these circular dances in Tiri district are called Kedaru. In Yamuna Valley, these dances are called Tam. And then going up there to the other valley, Tons Valley, these dances are called Nati and Haru and Jeta and many others. So there are dances, folk dances where upcome Basant Panchami, the festival of Basant Panchami, and there used to be, these are not so common everywhere now. There's in some parts they start dancing and singing song. These are the dances. And from Basant Panchami to Baisakhi, every day they held circular dances in the village square. And these dances, because we don't have a space to present the dances and songs to you on video form, but these used to be very, very beautiful and melodious dances and songs. The Himalayans, you can imagine what the melody the Himalayas have. So these were the dances. Then we have the part of the folklore. Holi is also the part of folklore. So folklore in Holi in Uttarakhand still starts from the first Sunday of Paus Mass. Paus is mid-November to mid-December. No, not December. Mid-November, mid-December to mid-January. So on the first Sunday of Paus Masa, the Holi started. That Holi was called Nirvana Ki Holi. The Holi is devoted to Lord Shiva. Ayo Naval Vasant Sakhi. No, not Lord Shiva. To Lord Shiva, that is a different Holi. And then on the day of Basant Panchami, the Sringar Ki Holi starts. Ayo Naval Basant Sakhi Rituraj kahan re Ayo Naval Basant Sringar Ki Holi, the Holi which is very amorous, which is focused on the amorous dances of Lord Shiva, Ras Leela, so Lord Krishna, Ras Leela. And on the 8th of this Falgun Purnima, this bright moon, so we have the Rang Ki Holi. That is called the Rang Ki Holi. And then the Holi ends there. These are also the folklores. And then we have the beautiful folklores about the legendary heroes. And most of our historians have based their research about the medieval times or pre-medieval times on the basis of these ballads. In 1935, E.S. Oakley and Tara Dutt Garola published a book called The Folk Ballads, The Folklores of the Himalaya. And in that folklore, they have collected about 120 folklores of the Himalayan region. Now these every clan had their bards, singing their history, singing their tales. And we Purohits also had two bards called Bhongu and Ujlu. They died soon after I was born, but I heard the stories about them. These bards told to you about what your history is, who your ancestors were, what your travel of, what was the history of your traveling from Rajasthan to Garhwal or Rajasthan to Kumaon. So these ballad singers were called bards. Now I don't think many of them. They may be countable on your fingertips. The surviving bards, they are no more there, but their stories have been recorded. Not all of them. And they sang not only the song, they sang the songs of Holi. They sang the songs of Chaiti. Chaiti was very popular here. Every year in the month of Chaitra, mid-March to mid-April, they came to every courtyard in the village, sang their beautiful songs of Chaiti, collected their grains and money, whatsoever it was. And so I tried to record them. I invited them as visiting professors in my university Center for Folk Performing Arts and Culture, and asked my students to learn from them what Chaiti songs were. And the students who learned the Chaiti songs have made videos which have gone viral, amazingly viral, strikingly viral. And they now it has become a fashion among the young boys and girls to sing these Chaiti songs, which I recorded in 2008 and 2008 and 9.
Senior people and
so Chaiti was part of their
please just
songs.
stop them in the middle.
They sang so many other stories, and then there are lores. The last, I will not talk much. I think I will talk about the lores of the deities, gods and goddesses. I think these lores are in thousands. Our drummers play them everywhere. They are invited wherever the ritual is held. There is a folklore of Jitu Bagwal, very famous folklore. Jitu Bagwal was a very romantic young man. He fell in love with every beautiful girl wherever he went. So it it became an ordeal for him to fall in love with everybody. He fell in love with his brothers, his Sali, his brother's wife's younger sister. And there, when he was not satiated with human beauty, he went up into the mountains to look into the beauty of the fairies, which are called archeries here. And there he played on his flute. He was a beautiful flute player. He was a master of flute. And when he played on the flute, the fairies appeared in front of him in thousands and myriads. And it was so much blinding was the beauty of this fairy that he could not tolerate, as if thousand suns bursting into your eyes. And he asked for his life. They wanted to take him away, body and soul. He prayed for his life, and the fairy and told that he would be surrendering to them on such and such date of paddy plantation. They agreed that when the paddy plantation took place, they came in swarms and millions and took away everybody present there. That is the sad story of Jitu Bagwa. Am I audible, Pallaviji?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, you are audible. You are audible to us. Please continue.
And that's great. So we have such love stories too. So the love story of Bhana Ganganath and a famous love story of Rajula Malusai, how a girl from a remote part from the Tibetan border travels to meet her lover who lives down there at Dwara. So that is also a beautiful story. And based on these stories, one of our renowned theatre directors, Mohan Upreti, produced plays in Delhi, and his plays became very famous there. So Mohan Upreti produced them, and the writer was the famous Brajen Lal Shah of Almora. He was the script writer, and Mohan Upreti was the drama director and the music director. They were very big names for Uttarakhand. So these are the ballads. these are the folklores of Uttarakhand. So Uttarakhand also has folklores based on many other regional stories, which I don't think there is a space for it there. But then we have the theatre forms, very popular theatre forms here. And the theatre forms are Theatre of the Pandavas, folk theatre of the Pandavas. In Pandava theatre, as far as I know, I have recorded some 60 theatre scripts, which really actually take place in the villages. These 60 theatre scripts of the Pandava theatre. I have documented some 32 theatre scripts of the masked dance dramas of a place of a region near Badrinath. I have recorded some 40 play scripts of the Theatre of the Bards. We also produced 2 plays based on the Theatre of the Bards, and these 2 plays were shown in the Bharat Ranga Mahotsav Delhi in 2001 and 2000. Yes, it was in the year 2000. And then I wrote theatre plays based on the mass dance dramas. One play that was called Bodhdeva, that was shown in Delhi in 2006. Another play, Chakravyuh, was shown in Delhi, the same festival, Bharat Rang Mahotsav, in 2001. So Chakravyuh is based on the folk narrative of Abhimanyu. You know how Abhimanyu was assassinated by the cheating Kauravas. That's the story. So whenever Chakravyuh is such a play, whenever this play is staged, about 15 to 20,000 audience turns up. And now our play is being used by the politicians. The potential candidates for MLA-ship or the potential candidate for Kshetra Panchayat or Jila Panchayat, they invite us to play the Chakravyuh in their area so that a large audience turns up and they have the opportunity to speak to them and popularize them themselves. So these are the the theatre forms. Many other theatre forms. We have these impromptu theatre called Khel in Rawai and Jaunsar. We have the Bards Theatre. We have the Bagdwali Theatre. We have the Pandav Theatre. We have the Nanda Theatre. We have the Raman Theatre, and we have Hill Jatra Theatre in 12 villages of Pithoragarh district. So every year in the month of Bhadrapad, Hill Jatra takes place in these villages. And the most popular Hill Jatra is of a village called Kumor. It is very close to Pithoragarh town. And then we have Sadgar, we have Kanali, China, we have Balkot, and we have 8 other places where Hill Jatra is held. Hill Jatra is a theatre mask, theatre, dance, drama of Uttarakhand, which is very popular. And it is associated with a story of 4 Maher brothers going to the Kathmandu Dasai festival, Dasara festival of Kathmandu. So they were very brave. They were miraculous. They were warriors, and they had killed a man-eating leopard in Pithoragarh and around at a place somewhere around Pithoragarh. They were granted 4 villages around Pithoragarh. These 4 villages, I think, Bazeti, Pirn, Kumod, and one more village. These were granted to them by the king. So they were there for the Sign Festival in Kathmandu, where it had become a problem to kill a male buffalo whose horns were circular. They used a trick. These brothers used a trick and killed the buffalo, hacked the buffalo, and in reward, they asked the king to gift them the mask of Chalia Bhoot. So Chalia Bhoot is a big mask dance drama in this Hill Jatra place. Then we have the very significant and very famous Ramlila Theatre of Uttarakhand. It is one of the best Ramlila theatres of this country. So is this Ramlila Theatre, which was started by D.D. Joshi around 1660 and then directed and scripted by Bhavani Dutt Joshi, whose book was published. Ramlila was published in 1883. So that is Ramlila is also a big theatre. So we have so many theatre forms here. I told you about the festivals and theatre and the songs and the dances. And of course, we have such minor folklores which are sung at the time of paddy plantation, which is called Hudkia Bo. So Pallavi ji, there are many things which I can discuss, but looking at the shortage of time, space of time, I thank you so much that you gave me an opportunity to speak. I congratulate you and your team for organizing such a fantastic seminar. And hereby I say goodbye to you. Thank you so much.
What to say, sir? No words at all. Listening to you is like listening to a musical rendition. Wishing it, wishing it continues on and never stops. Mm, Rituals index cultural and social content, including cosmological systems. The medium of performance links cognitive content with social efficacy, emerging of meaning and function. They have social dimensions and can be easily observed in a group.
Sorry, Pallaviji, I missed to tell you that there are about 30
Yes, sir.
myths on cosmology here. I didn't talk about these folklore.
Sir, next time,
How,
sure.
how the universe was created.
Whenever we do it next time, then we will
How,
certainly discuss on it.
how the human beings like Pallavi Misra were created. That is all there in our origin myths. Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you so much, sir. Thanks for being with us and giving your precious time to us.
Thank you.
Grateful
Thank
to
you.
you, sir.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Namaste, sir.
Namaste.
it is time to invite our next speaker, Professor K.C. Mishra sir. But before that, our Minister of Higher Education, Honorable Minister of Higher Education, he intends to join us in a short while. So, K.C. Mishra sir, should we wait for the Minister sir to join us or should we start the lecture? I seek your permission, Mishra sir.
Start the lecture.
All right, sir, all right.
Start.
Let me introduce Professor, our next invited speaker, Professor K.C. Mishra sir. Professor K.C. Mishra is in Department of English, Rajiv Gandhi University, Doimuk, Arunachal Pradesh. He served the government of Arunachal Pradesh in the Department of English as the lecturer in English from July 1988 to May 2016, rendering services as a teacher of English at Government College, Bomdila, with the uh, Government College with the Outstanding College Teachers Award of he was conferred the Outstanding College Teachers Award from the Directorate of Higher and Technical Education of the Government of Arunachal Pradesh. Professor Mishra has several research papers in national and international journals and one published book. His interest in English language teaching in the tribal classroom contexts makes him relate folk life and folklore to the demands of literature teaching and understanding at all levels of formal education. I invite Professor K.C. Mishra for sharing his thoughts on folklores. Sir. Sir, kindly unmute yourself. Mishra sir, pro- please unmute yourself. You are not audible. इनको बीच में लाना है।
You अपने बनाना start करना automatically जो बोलेंगे ना
Sir, can we start? Can we start now? Shall we start? Sir, your mic is off. Mishra sir, your mic is off. Yes, sir, please join us. क्यों सुनाई नहीं दे रहा? ये क्यों सुनाई नहीं दे रहा?
आवाज आने की क्या
Sir, we are unable to hear you. आप ये but we are unable to hear you. एक sir, just try for once again. ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है?
नहीं उनकी तरफ से प्रॉब्लम है कि और किसी को भी नहीं सुनाई देना किसी को भी सुनाई नहीं देना हमने।
सर आवाज नहीं आ रही, आवाज नहीं आ रही। आप अपने सिस्टम का वॉल्यूम तेज करिए सर। आप अपने सिस्टम का यस 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 सर, प्लीज डू दैट।
वो अभी भी अनम्यूट नहीं हुआ है सर। अनम्यूट नहीं किया।
हेलो, then we are not able to hear him. क्या हुआ होगा? हाँ? कृष्णा मिश्रा। Yes, कृष्णा KRUSHNA। हेलो ना सर, ना सुनाई नहीं दे रहा। आप अपने सिस्टम का आवाज तेज करिए सर।
अनम्यूट करें, माइक ऑन करें।
हाँ, तो यहाँ क्यों नहीं आ रही आवाज?
माइक ऑन करें।
माइक भी ऑन करिए और वो भी ऑन करिए, सिस्टम की आवाज तेज करिए। नो ऑडियो, सब लोग कह रहे हैं देयर इज नो ऑडियो। ओके, एक बार और करिए सर। हाँ,
नहीं आ रहा है।
यहाँ से कुछ तो नहीं किया हमने।
उनकी तरफ से प्रॉब्लम है, क्योंकि किसी को सुनाई नहीं देता ना। कोई नहीं यूज करना। मोबाइल से कर रहे हैं ना, नहीं कर रहे हैं।
हाँ, ये आपकी आवाज बिल्कुल नहीं आ रही सर, ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है? इट इज नॉट ऑडिबल सर। तो
मैसेज करना उसमें। एक बार ट्राई कर रहे हैं सर, एक बार बंद करके दोबारा करेंगे। हाँ भाई, वही है सर। इनका नंबर फोन में सेव करेंगे, बात करें। क्या बात है, हम बात करें ना। गोल पे है।
Now it's fine, sir.
Yeah, it is okay now, sir.
अभी सुनाई पड़ रहा है क्या?
Yes.
Yeah, it is fine now.
It is.
Okay, then I'll continue. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, friends. This afternoon it is really a very important time for me to join with you all to speak to you on this very important webinar theme of the dynamics of folklore and orature in culture, as organized by Shahid Durgamal Government PG College, Doiwala, Dehradun, Uttarakhand Pradesh, with my one-time colleague, Dr. Pallavi Misra, as the organizer, and my respects to her, and my respects are also equally due to Sir Nainwal, the principal of the college, under whose able guidance Dr. Pallavi and his entire team ceaselessly have been working for long to make this program a rich success. On my own behalf, I would tender my apology first, because even despite trying for long, I have not been able to be connected. I will not take more time. I will just recount a few things, like my regards I will like to convey to the first day's eminent speakers, Professor Dhananjay Singh from JNU. My respects will be to Dr. Dhan Singh Rawat, Honorable Minister of Education, Uttarakhand Pradesh, Higher Education, Uttarakhand Pradesh, Professor Dhananjay Singh, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, with whom the program's lectures started. Then it is Professor Jolie Uthusari from University of Hyderabad, then Professor H. Bhakendra Singh from Anthropology Department of Rajiv Gandhi University, that is from where I am working and speaking now. Then Dr. Arunima Das, Delhi University, Dr. Sachin Tiwari from BHU. These were the eminent panelists yesterday. And today, I have already heard Professor M. Elangovan, Chennai, Professor Omkarnath Upadhyay, University of Lucknow, and Sar Vidyadhar Sirkala, about whom Pallaviji was profusely lavishing words of praise, because these were really due to a practicing folklorist and a practicing eminent theatrical personality who has taken the Uttarakhand's folklores to Bharat Ranga Mahotsav to make the land and the people known outside Uttarakhand. So that is a great service these NGOs, these activists, these committed folklorists and contributors to the saga of this folklore journey. My regards to him, and then I will be certainly talking of my one-time colleague, now Professor Manish Sharma sir from IEHE Bhopal, and Dr. Dipanuita Naskar from Kolkata. With this, I will come back to my own deliberation theme, that is orature, folklore, and culture. Though the theme is the dynamics of folklore and orature in culture, I thought that it is more about a balancing game. And in this game, the organizers have encapsulated a riddle for me. And the riddle is how much of orature, how much of folklore is there to be found in culture, or how is in any culture for that matter, there would be always certainly successfully sufficient evidence of traces of orature and folklore would be available if continuous, consistent effort and research is into the cultures and into the very processes over which cultures are formed. It is here where I will be referring very shortly to the deliberations yesterday, in which Professor Dhananjay Singh was talking of Prabriti, Natya Shastra, and Lok. And then when we came to Professor Puthusari, he was talking of digitalization of or this internet folklore. And then when we had come to Professor H. Bhupendra Singh, he was talking about the means and the ways how, as insiders or outsiders, people could project their own perspectives of interpreting any folklore or any folk tradition anywhere. And then it was, of course, uh, Dr. Sachin Tiwari and Anamika Das, when Arunima Das, when she spoke on this urban legends, contemporary stories and all. And again, when we came to Rockcraft Orange of Chotnagpur with Dr. Sachin Tiwari from BHU. Today also with Elang Govin, sir, we went to the Tamil folklores and research practices in folklores in Tamil Nadu. With Professor Omkarnath Upadhyay, we came to visit this V.S. Naifal and his work on the Girmitias and the folklore tradition that continues to be reflected in Naifal's works with emphasis on this diaspora. And then with Sri Vidyadhar Sikala sir, actually we went everywhere, wherever this was sung, played, and theaters were there. Therefore, we have by now covered a long journey. By the time on the second day, we have come to me, almost perhaps the after me, there will be two speakers more. So I would not be impinging upon the time. I will just continue. The selection of this webinar theme carries a lot of relevance in today's context. The first day of the academic investigation into the means, method, material, manifestation, and meaning of the terms has very definitely made matters clear about the vague and hazy sources and processes involved in folklore. Orature being, yes, the early manifestation, and culture being the very cradle for it to grow, while being the very object for it to gradually transform it and refine it in the process, making culture a rich body of recommendations developed out of practical handling of typical human situations. Culture, as it stands out as the central matter of discussion in this webinar, gives rise to orature and folklore while deriving on a continuous basis the feedback through people or through people's general contribution to straighten, streamline, and standardize practices and purposes. That is, to synchronize action and thought, and to concretize mission and vision, specify the objectives, goals, and methods. My emphasis in particular line indicated by the webinar topic is thus on culture as it stands erected over time with people who give birth to it, live it, attest its validity, and recommend it for the posterity with the systematic and never exaggerated assertion and confidence that here in the body of cultural practices spoken and executed in performance and acted out in words and action, there is a cure, a remedy, a solution against difficult times. Yes, we are discussing culture. We are finding in it the traces of folklore and orature. We are trying to look at the cultural text. We are trying thus to look at folklore and orature as expressive aspects of such cultural texts. Further, in studying culture alongside so many other things that in the collective life of a people matter, folk practices seem to have their own unique use. In folklore, for all practical purposes, we find all these daily life's businesses, expectations, challenges, and threats. In a way, in folk texts, folk literature, folk tradition, folk tales and songs and dances and festival celebrations, there is available a short analysis. There's the strength of the people, the weaknesses of the people, the threats that face, and the opportunities which they can tap upon and for progress. So, folklores have got a huge. Folklores have a rich use. Folklores could be for very definite utilitarian purposes be exploited and communicated to subsequent generations. And that is how actually folklores have traveled, folklores have moved, folklores have been passed on from one generation to another when only word of the mouth mattered. And remembering was the only means to keep these things there. Yeah. And so constant motivation to renew action for granting life continuity and new vitality. Folk works are therefore important. It looks that scriptural injunctions and prescriptions are contained in the didactic values that may be there in these folk narratives. Yesterday's richly valuable presentations have their immense determining value in the reiteration of the fact that experience or anubhav counts, be it in the probability aspect or digital folklore or urban and contemporary legends or in the outsider perspectives in interpretation of folklore or rock art and folk rendering of events where evidences of practices and belief systems matter. Everywhere, it was quite interesting for me to note that all the time life was in the background. And yes, life matters. And it was brought to the forefront while discussing manners, customs, and behaviors and traditions. An attempt in the discussions was at culling, C-U-L-L-I-N-G, culling and recalling, culling by recalling, collecting by recollecting, sampling, selecting, and disseminating in a variety of modes. The word of the mouth, written or printed text, or digital and animated presentation, whatever. What on critical review of experiences has ever been found useful to be gifted to the posterity. Yes, folklores are a gift to the posterity by the ancestors. Ancestors, well-meaning, well-wishing ancestors who think that the generations should continue, the species should continue, and the harms visiting the people in any way from either the supernaturals or the natural calamities and periods. People should be saved through deities, spirits, and all, to whom they dedicate pujas and they propitiate in those tribal communities, folk societies. They propitiate gods who are unknown to the so-called well-established denominal religions. That is where, therefore, the distinction has always come between the high culture and the low culture, between the great tradition and the little tradition. But today, when equality is the reigning theme, when on UNO platform and UNESCO's drives and all such things, with national governments being committed to uplift and address the problems of those ethnicities that are lying suppressed or lying ignored. These are through folklores. An identity cult is being developed, and through this identity assertion exercise, a new lead is being given to those communities, whereby they can be known and they can be more and more rendered visible, so that the kind of exploitation they have been perhaps subjected to over years because of the neglect, because of being away from the pale of political administration for economic development and all other purposes. Now, with thrust being given to folklore and rich attention being paid to the people who have sustained, who have allowed these folklores to be continuing with them as their heritage, which they would proudly carry forward to subsequent generations. Now, when they are furthermore conscious about its useful role in granting them their own identity when they go for justifying their demands as people who once used to be neglected and who now certainly need to be brought into the forefront of consideration when any kind of national exchequer's division or sharing is being made among various other sections who once used to be seen in terms of now as exploiting. Now, consciousness is there. Youth sections are coming up, and research from different parts of the world is also entering into those unknown so-called dark lands or invisible lands, terra incognita, and thereby visibility is coming to the people, visibility is coming to the land, and the inaccessibility problem, unapproachability problem in very many different ways are now getting addressed. And I am happy that this particular seminar or this particular webinar theme has made us once again awake about making this drive further stronger on an activist mode, so that since the higher education, Honorable Higher Education Minister, Professor Dr. Raut is there, he may be just paying a little more attention, because Uttarakhand, as Professor Sikala has told, is a land of folklores and folk traditions. There is where tourism grows. There is where the people live out of. People can make rich entrepreneurial avenues from out of investing on tourism sector, taking eco-tourism, taking this rural tourism, and taking this cuisines, beverages, dances, costumes, everything outside to the visitors and the tourists. There is where my request, humble request to the Honorable Minister would be to please take adequate care so that attention is paid and tourism is made into a thriving business in Uttarakhand, where unemployment problem would be sufficiently addressed in due course of time, which continues to be a matter of headache for all governments every time. And this is an opportunity may be available through this webinar to rethink how this folk traditions could be given a fillip, could be given a chance to have a new lease of life. Okay, so it is there. Let me therefore talk for a brief while on how culture producing and also being produced by folk habits. Folk, that is, small groups variously, geophysically, circumstantially made to coexist, curiously left to search out meaning of living by confronting the challenges of the times. It's by and large a thing of collection by recollection. Let me just talk of a cultural memory and collective unconscious, like one Carl Jung has formulated in relation to myth making and sublimation process, devoted to save, SAV, devoted to save, where doom is almost imminent and due. Let me talk of utilitarian logic, instrumental reason, selective amnesia, and diabolic or malignant motives. In the present, when the equality is a much celebrated term in the rights discourse and in the identity discourses everywhere, representation in all ramifications of the term acquires deep political connotations. For me, as a student of words, I am a student of literature, a student of language, a student, therefore, of words. It is words, words, and words with which I live and love to live. And that is why I have been drawn to folklore, folk tradition, folk narratives, folk literature. And this particular theme, therefore, has enormous attraction for me. For me, as a student of words, all my attention needs to be on the words in a folk text, in all genres, in all forms, in all modes of presentation, like Professor Kutusuri was referring to yesterday, or the direction in which they indicate on an assessment of the present and in preparation for the future. Folk culture capturing folk experiences and judgments on what to select and what to reject from the host of alternatives available to address situations and overcome the looming distress therein. Thus, it's suggestive in nature. Folk literature always suggests, and literature full of words are full of connotations, suggestions, and therefore, whenever we are accessing, Professor Bhokendra Singh was talking about this insider and outsider contributions to enrichment of meaning from out of the folk texts. And there is also where Professor Dhananjay Singh was talking about Prabhriti, and I will take a little further, where, of course, culture by which we in India know as Sanskriti. It is about Sanskriti, Sanskara. It is about Kriti. It is about Prakriti. It is also about Akriti, the structure. It is also about Vikriti, the deformation. So it is all for us to once again judge through the appropriate use of sympathetic understanding of and mutual appreciation of the cultures, how folklores could be better used to make a better society, an egalitarian society, a just society. Because across the folklore traditions, everywhere almost, this tale of justice and injustice, exploitation and undermining in the name of high and low, and perpetuating the cult of deliberate neglect under machinations of various kinds. Okay, these would automatically, of course, go if proper attention is paid in the sincerest of motives, honesty of purposes. And when I come to this honesty of purposes, this intention and criminality on one aspect, and honesty and the spirit of service on the other, I should certainly stress upon the need on our part to go beyond the corrupt practices and to follow the simple and simple life and high principles, the spirit to celebrate life in all conditions, despite tragedies and challenges by the folk societies everywhere, the indigenous communities everywhere, the tribal folks everywhere. So they're an example. And there is where I think folk narratives thus also have that suggestive value, being open the option for the audience to follow or further contextually evaluate and improve upon the given suggestion, teaching, or advice. This is where we tend to appreciate the democratizing potential of folk texts as they help make cultures open-ended and accommodative of changes. This may be thus in the folk ways of making meaning of life, every time investing critically on how prospects of survival in catastrophic contexts could be explored, and human fortitude to confront calamities could be powerfully established. Because now we are living in this 21st century, highly technologized society. Now, Corona pandemic is there. Everywhere, everybody, in even the highly developed nations, is afraid. The virus has turned rampant like a monster, and the vaccine is not nowhere in near future in the vision. That is when we are no more far away from the folk societies, when having nothing to fall back upon in times of distress, they were looking askance and perhaps looking for intervention from spirits or deity or gods and goddesses. It is therefore in folk literature we find innumerable references to those propitiation practices, puja practices, or even somewhere, as we see, sacrifice traditions to satisfy the gods and goddesses, the spirits, and all to usher in well and to grant prosperity. It is where even at this materialistically conscious, accumulative society that is ours, there is where we are thinking in terms of safety, security, and particularly survival. because today existence is challenged, survival is challenged. This moment, I think I am asymptomatic. Next moment, I may be symptomatic. Next moment, I may be taken to the COVID hospital or COVID care center. The next day, I may be declared dead. The same time, there would be nobody, none of even my own nearest and dearest ones, my kids and kins, would be there around even to see me, touch me, or give me a burial or a burning. So when we look at those folk societies in their folk renderings, in the narratives, we find all those rituals from birth to death, and the struggles and the joys of both living and living a community life. Today, to be in community is a question, or safe, to maintain safe distance, have physical distance. These are the celebrated ideas because of this COVID pandemic prescriptions of WHO and all national governments everywhere who mean well to their people. Okay, so this is where, therefore, when we think that the world is one family, वसुधैव कुटुम्बकम, आज वो समय शायद आ चुका है जहां हम लोगों को एक ही साथ ये अनुभव हुआ है कि हम लोग एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पे खड़े हैं, ना अमेरिका, ना रसिया, ना चाइना, ना इंडिया, ना नेपाल और भूटान और श्रीलंका और इथियोपिया. So everywhere, therefore, we are one. Once again, we have been rendered incapacitated, challenged. Human trial of strength is on. Yes, ma'am. Just closing. So every folk society or community in its own way is an example of the mythical scriptures in the endless struggle amidst irritating failure to work with optimism, with faith in the powers of the leadership, its vision and united strength that the folk pledges to follow the community leadership in decision and execution of the same decisions. So this community life, this global community life or national community life, respect to or within the state leadership in at the helm of affairs must be respected, must be listened to. That is what we have to learn from those folk societies, folk traditions, folk narratives, where heroes are created from out of saving the people in distress. So there is where folk resources and methods of exploiting them for the instant need and also for future use are a significant aspect of folk texts. It may be here that folk culture, mostly when we understand it in relation to untainted natural forest and hill-dwelling tribal communities in their pristine, unpolluted settings, needs to be acknowledged as in a fit way and thus a profitable way for our purposes. Now it talks of Jal, Jamin, Jungle, and man. So, friends, now I should turn to something a little different. I have referred to the UN conventions and all other things. And also, I may, just for a brief while, since Honorable Minister of Higher Education is there, I would refer back to this NEP 2020, where folk societies are being prominently brought back into a picture, and perhaps textbooks at all levels will have now a chance to accommodate these folk aspirations, as these folk narratives also find a proper place to be kept in the syllabus everywhere in the schools and also in the higher education levels. That is where if folk narratives, being narratives past and last, teach, guide, instruct, direct, and in a way ennoble and enlighten in various ways, the need would ever be there for such webinars where artificial distinctions of high and low cultures, great and little traditions have to be effectively struck off, and folk as local may be tough enough for us to be vocal about in the bid to restore to the submerged, subjugated, neglected, and the forgotten or the subaltern, so-called subaltern, the true value that they deserve. All humanity in this technological civilization has to benefit from accessing folk sources like for medicinal plants now professor was speaking about medicinal plants and all, and
WhatsApp पे जो
traditional
मैसेज आ रहा है
indigenous
वो यहाँ
healing
दिख रहा
and curing systems and practices now are being
है हाँ
happily worked upon. Folk is a repository of knowledge. We have to take adequate cognizance of the same. That rich knowledge base in its proper appreciation is no doubt to serve the humanity's purposes better today and forever. With this, I will just refer for a while to the dying languages, and where the words of the words once told, once heard, once remembered, retold, now reproduced in whatever form, in print or in this digital formats. Words matter, language matters. Many in the societies are facing the problem of this endangered languages, and the challenge is therefore before the government to do something very substantial to save these. By saving the language, we will save certainly those societies. One more last aspect I will just highlight, that when Professor Dhananjay Singh was referring to some such past experiences of teaching, teacher, inspiration, and all of the things, I thought it better for me to take this very example in the light of the folk, because we are talking of teaching, guidance, and direction setting in difficult times. So there is the culture, developed folklore. Culture developed folklore from and orature, a distinct tradition and pattern of teaching can be discerned. In a way, one could argue for a continuing Guru Parampara to be appreciated to have inspired the entire folk narratives everywhere. The origin question and the originality question, the authorship question and the ownership question, being immensely important aspects in our complex times of plagiarism and patenting. The impersonality, this apaurushiyata approach, once familiarized by the Indian tradition of egoless, selfless service to humanity, may not be too far-fetched a matter to be considered here. And thus, by proper folklore preservation and promotion and popularization, a distinct acknowledgement could be given to various indigenous folk or tribal communities to have a long, undocumented line of anonymous ancestors of wisdom and well-wishers of humanity. So that is where I would like Madam to close saying that I am really very grateful to you particularly, and to Principal Nainol sir and your entire organizing team, who have given me this opportunity to speak to the audience on one such very refreshing thing, engaging thing, where I feel myself that activism is needed. And folklore has always been a matter of activism, because these words, once one listens to these words of wisdom of the ancestors or the people who have fought and given examples, through them, okay, we can look forward to happier futures and greener pastures, as you may be thinking. So this is where I would like to close. Just excuse me if anywhere I have deviated and not conformed to the webinar's protocols. So thank you, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kindness, cooperation, vast knowledge, and tremendous goodwill. Thank you so much, sir. So it is time we take our we invite our next speaker, Professor Manish Sharma. Namaste, sir. Let me introduce Professor Manish Sharma first. Professor Manish Sharma, a graduate of Calcutta University, obtained MA, MPhil and PhD from RDVV Jabalpur and Masters in Population Science from IIPS Mumbai. Having a teaching experience of 25 years in higher education, Professor Manish Sharma has taught in the state of Arunachal Pradesh for 15 years and 6 years in government institutions of Madhya Pradesh. He has published more than 35 articles and research papers in different journals of repute. Currently, he is professor in economics at Institute for Excellence in Higher Education. I would like to invite Professor Manish Sharma sir to deliver his talk on the impact of folklores, arts, crafts on economy and the valuable contribution of artisans, craftsmen, mask makers, etc. in the economy of any state. Sir, welcome.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon to all of you. I am extremely thankful to Dr. Palvi Misra madam, a very enthusiastic and scholarly organizer of this event, for offering me this privileged opportunity to share my observation on tribal dance during my 15 years of stay in Arunachal Pradesh at two places, one at Bomdila in West Kameng district and another is in Teju in Lohit district of Arunachal Pradesh. And fortunately, both of these two districts are having Buddhist tribe, particularly in Bomdila, most of the population are from the Mompa tribe, they are Buddhist in nature. And honored to listen at the same time, I am honored to listen the Doyen like Vidyadhar sir today. Actually, I am very much influenced by his deliberation. He is a type of encyclopedia, and I think that I miss this opportunity to listen him directly. So whenever I get chance, I would like to listen him directly, or I would like to interact him directly. At the same time, I am equally thankful to Dr. DC Nanwal sir for organizing such a wonderful event on a wonderful theme and giving the free hands to the organizers. I think so. That is why this type of event is going to be happen. Without steering, proper steering, one cannot go like this, organizing this type of event in a college. I am delighted to be a part of the panel where at one end Dr. Dhananjay Singh of JNU is there, who was like my student. And on the other hand, Professor K.C. Misra is also there, whom I treat as a teacher along with the other learned panelists. Dr. Tasi Fulso sir is also there. Okay, so namaste to all of you. When Dr. Palvi asked me to deliver a lecture, I thought, what should I speak, as I am a student of economics? But she read an article of mine which was published long back in Arunachal Pradesh on tribal dance, and she suggested that can you discuss this with us? Then I agreed that okay, I will go by that discussion what you have learned, what you have read earlier. So I would like to discuss economic aspect of Buddhist dance of Arunachal Pradesh. That is, we may consider that is a form of tribal dance. As all of you know that the folklore is defined as a pulse of the people and wealth of society. Similarly, folk dances are also may be defined as the pulse of the people and the wealth of the society, because these dances of the people which are performed spontaneously, it reflects the spontaneous feeling, reaction of the tribal people towards any event. All that is expressed by them is natural and original, effortlessly with ease and grace. These are performed by whole village community on a occasion or another occasion. And not only the young people or young boys or girls celebrate the occasion by dancing. Even the older generation as well as the kids, children also enjoy dancing by observing the seniors of their locality or their community. And that is how tribal dance propagates from one generation to another generation. As all of you know that it marks the celebration of a wedding or a festival or a harvest or sometimes a funeral rites too. In all over India, wherever you get the tribal societies, you will find that the tribals used to celebrate everything, and each celebrations they go for the merrymaking and dance. And though at the time of funeral or at the time of death, they are in the mourn. But in morning also they used to dance. Some of the tribes used to dance. Beside the folk dancers are performed after a hunt or spring season, the rains, because we see mostly almost all the folk dances are based on the agricultural activities. They used to dance at the time of harvesting. Sometimes they also dance in order to pacify or to ward off the impending natural calamities or any evil spirits, you may say, which can befall the whole village. At that time also they used to appease the evils by dancing among themselves. So these are performed by the ordinary people who are not dancers. You can say they are not dancers. They are farmers. They are the common man of the society. They are not trained. They are not professional dancers. They are not performed for want of appreciation or reward of any kind or cash. Folk dance is like so. They dance since dance as much forms an integral part of their culture, their everyday life, their religious belief, their customs. All these are integrated into their dance. So they dance for their belief. They dance for their to preserve, to make you say that to keep their heritage intact with them, and to show their faith towards the religious belief. By that they go for the dancing. The villagers or the tribals makes it people aware of the following of the dance by the some being sung to simple beats of the drum or sound of bamboo, or some wooden clappers are there, some chimtis, iron chimtis they use. Dancers move to performing area keeping the time or rhythm with the clapping of their hands or their feet. Clapping of their hands on the basis of the rhythm produced by the clapping of the hands, they go for dancing, or even on the beat of snipping of the fingers. Chutki bajate us par nachte hain. So they do not have so much musical instrument at the time of dancing in any occasion in their village or within their communities. That was the folk dance, but since the time is changing now, the new musical instruments are replacing chutki or Ghana or whatever it is. Now it is replaced by the cassettes and CDs and pen drives. But originally, if you see the dance, tribal dance, they used to dance on the rhythms produced by the bamboo baja ke or chutki or what a clapping on the beat of clapping, and sometimes in some of the tribes they used dhol also to produce rhythms. But before I elaborate my discussion, I would like to show you some dance form of Arunachal Pradesh through slides, so that you can understand what type of dances are there in Arunachal Pradesh. So, madam, may I show the slides?
Yes, sir, of course. Well.
Okay, madam.
Sure, sir.
Okay. नहीं यार दिख रहा है, it is visible or not?
It is not visible.
No, sir, not yet.
Not yet.
Okay. Okay. Not yet.
No, sir.
Sir, you have to share. There is an option called share screen.
Yes, I am sharing screen. Sharing screen. Let me see what is wrong with this. Now it might be visible.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's fine
Okay.
now.
So let me go to this top. So this is the topic what I want to discuss with you all. Due to shortage of time, I am going very fastly through the slides. Quote unquote is that we dance for laughter. We dance for laughter for tears. We dance for laughter for fears. We dance for laughter for hopes. We dance for laughter for screams. We were the dancers. We create the dreams. This fits exactly for the tribal people also. So I'm going to show you some dances of the Arunachal Pradesh. This is the Tapua dance of Adi tribe. See? No, this is another. This is not Tapu dance. So you might have seen that in first dance was the Tapu dance of Adi tribe. That dance was on the occasion of the fighting with the spirit, evil spirits in the society. They used to fight with that. That is a type of warrior dance, and that is they are dancing on the basis of the beat produced by the mouth. There is no song as such for that dance. Only on the basis of the sounds produced by mouth, they used to dance. And this is another dance, Adi dance. This is a ritual dance. They used to dance it on the occasion of their festival. And you can see that the girls are dancing on the basis of the rhythm, only on the dance and the clappings. And this is the traditional dress of Adi people. So I clipped three dance, the same dance of the same tribe, Adi, three dance by three different groups to show you the movements of their body and to show you the attires they wear and to show you the different ornaments they wear and how they dance. Next is the dance, Adi dance on a very famous song. This is a modern transformation of the Adi dance. The steps are not the original, they have modified the steps, but the song is sung by a very famous singer of India.
Siamo palocca adi minuneno, siamo sulla lentola. Siamo palocca adi ameneno, siamo sulla lentola. Tu mi soy yo, pico que la madre si pone mamá yo llenamo, mi lo lai. Tu mi soy yo, pico que la madre si pone mamá yo llenamo, lai.
So this is the song which is sung by Usha Uthap, and this is a very popular song in the Adi community, and they used to play this song whenever they go for dancing now at present. And this is the modern adoption of the modern dance movements and modern musical rhythms in their dance forms. So that is not a perfect tribal dance, but adoption of the tribal dance with the modernity. So this is another dance by the Nisi. As you know that there are almost 125 tribal communities in Arunachal Pradesh, and out of these 125 communities, 25 major communities are there, and out of these 25 major communities, 5 or 6 dominant tribal major communities are there. As you have seen, the dance of Adi, then Nisi, then Apatani, then Mompaj. These are the major tribes of Arunachal Pradesh. So I am showing you the dances of these dominant major tribes of Arunachal Pradesh, not all the 25 major tribes of Arunachal Pradesh. So and you will be astonished to know that. So all that tribal dance are different from each other. All the movements, the song, and even language, even people cannot understand the language of Mompa people. Mompa people cannot understand the language of Nisi people. This is the barrier. But there are certain dissimilarities in culture. But overall, if you see, this is a very good panorama of culture throughout the Arunachal Pradesh from west to east. And this is the Nisi dance. This is the most prominent tribe of Arunachal Pradesh. And this dance is This is Mompa dance. आपके जो इंचार्ज है वो प्लीज थोड़ा सा अनाउंसमेंट बूथ में आइए. So what I have shown, these are the dances, different forms of dances of Arunachal Pradesh, danced by the different tribal group. If we categorize the dance phases of the dances, in any society, first we start with the folk dance as Adi dance and Santhali dance, and these folk dance is based on the any type of they used to dance at different to celebrate different occasions. So these are the raw form of folk dance, what we have seen in Adi dance or Santhali dance or any other tribal dance, you can find it. But after the refinement of these type of dances, this is my opinion. This is my this I think that the dance improves. When the dance improves, then dances goes to the doors of the temples and or the religious places. As in then after refinement, the dances becomes the religious dance. This is the Ajilamu, for example, Ajilabu dance, where this is the Buddhist dance, or Manipuri dance, where the dances are performed for the Radha and Krishna. And we are having so many dance form in classical dance form where the dances are performed in the religious places. So this is the upgradation of dance from folk dance to religious dance. Then after that, classical dance comes, the Natyasas on the basis of Natyasas, and so many technicalities comes into the scenario, and that becomes the classical in nature. And you find the name Bharatnatyam and Kathak dance. There are so many technicalities with the rhythm, with the movements of body, with the movements of small organs of the body, from eyebrows to fingers. So these are the different phases of dance. So in my opinion, I think the religious dance are one stage upgradation of the folk dance. So in Arunachal Pradesh, we find two types of dances. One is the religious dances and religious or semi-religious dances, and others are the dances which may be subcategorized as the cultural dances or social folk dances, warrior dances, or seasonal dances. For this, number one is the religious dances, and other are cultural dances. We may categorize into two parts. One is the religious, another is the cultural. So what we have seen for the Adi community or for the Nisi community or for the Aka or Apatanish communities, what we see, even in the Buddhist tribe, Mompa community, there are certain forms of dances which may categorize in the cultural dance category or social folk dance category, or warrior dance category, or seasonal dance. Cultural dance means that at the time of Adi dances, Mopin dance is there. Dances at the time of Mopin festival when they go for the celebrate Mopin festival, or Mompa, they go for the celebration of the Losar festival, New Year festival. Then they go for the dance what I have shown in their traditional dress, and social folk dance at the time of the marriage or at the time of the other merrymaking situation. They go for the social folk dance, and warrior dances were there earlier at the time war hunting, head hunting, or at the time of war. If they wins or if they lose also, they go for the dances. So that was the warrior form of dance. And seasonal dance on the basis of the agricultural practices, or at the time of harvesting or at the time of sowing, they used to dance, because dance is a form which gives you relaxation from your mental and physical fatigueness. Because if you are fatigued, if you are very much tired, then dances can give you mental relaxation. So that is also very necessary for the primitive society or for the agrarian society, which were hard working labors. So as far as Arunachal is concerned, so we may categorize the Arunachal Pradesh dances into two categories, religious and cultural dances. So here my objective was to understand the dances of the economic aspect of the dances of the Buddhist type. If we see the Buddhist community in Arunachal Pradesh, we find there are two categories of Buddhist. One is the Heenyan or Mahayan, or you can say the red sect and yellow sect. Red sect Buddhists are in the western part of Arunachal Pradesh, mainly in the West Kameng and Tawang district of Arunachal Pradesh, and other are in the eastern part of Arunachal Pradesh. That is the Tirap, Lohit, and this district of Arunachal Pradesh. In eastern part of Arunachal Pradesh, Buddhists are influenced by the Burmese Buddhist culture, whereas the western part of Buddhism in Arunachal Pradesh is influenced by the Tibetan culture of Buddhism. And this Tibetan culture of Buddhism is again influenced by the Nalanda school of Buddhism, Nalanda University school of Buddhism. So these, on the basis of these two, the differences are there. But as far as dances are concerned, both type of Buddhist community perform religious dances. We will discuss this later on. As far as tribal dances or Arunachal Pradesh, what I have categorized earlier, you can find that the Wancho dance or Khamti dance, this is a Sunken festival, they go for dancing. Wancho dance is the dance performed by the Wancho tribe on the Ujjain festival. Then the Digaru Mismi tribe, they go for the Buya Duya dance. Ponung dance, Adi community, which I have shown you earlier in the slide also. Ajilamu dance is the Mompa dance by the Mompa community. Chalu dance, Nokte community. The different community have their different dance and they dance on the different occasions. As far as Buddhist dance of Arunachal Pradesh is concerned, we can categorize again into two types of dance. One is the pantomime dance, another is the monastic dance. Pantomime dance is the famous 14th century. It has been started. There is history of that. It was started by Chapjong Wangpu in the 14th century, who was the monk, famous monk at that time. And pantomime is that they used to depict some drama with the dance form. So they have some story, and on the basis of that story, they go for a drama, and they show the drama through dance. This is a dance drama type of thing. And monastic dance, in local language, they call cham. Cham is the oldest form of the religious dance, and that goes back to 1003 years back. And it is started by the great Saint Padmasambhava, who is a very much respected personality. We cannot say personality type, a god type of stature among the Mompas of West Kameng and Tawang district of Arunachal Pradesh. So Cham was started by the Padmasambhava, and I think that Cham was started with some objective. Even the pantomime was also started with the objective that that is why there is difference between the Buddhist dance form and non-Buddhist tribal dance of Arunachal Pradesh, because these type of Buddhist dance, whether it is pantomime or monastic dance, they go by some story, and these stories give some message to the society regarding the compassion, forgiveness, selfishness, to inject all these type of gun or attributes to the society. They give through this type of pantomime, they give importance to the truthfulness and ahimsa, non-violence. All these messages you may get from these pantomimes and monastic dances. And most importantly, as you might have seen in other part of the country also, when we go for this type of pantomime or mask dance, bearing mask, so you will find the dancers used to bear the mask of the animals. So this signifies the love towards the animals, or willingness for the coexistence of animal with the human being, what we are lacking nowadays. So our tribal people were used to live with the natural habitats. Whatever they are around them, they want to coexist with that. And these type of messages were imparted to the society through these pantomime or monastic dances. So as in the slide, you can see that the Ajilamu dance or Kyangpa or Bro dances, these are the some dances form on the basis of the story or on the basis of some movements of the body. These categorizations are there. And on another hand, monastic dance, the Gelukcham dance or Nigma dance sect dance, which are there, and I have shown you the Khirne monastery dance form in the earlier slide. So these are the different varieties of the dances, pantomime dance or monastic dance, and in both type of dance, they used to wear certain type of attire and certain types of other headgears and all these things. We will discuss it later on. As far as the different forms of Buddhist dances are concerned, there are 21 major different forms of Buddhist dances are documented, and more than 51 types of Buddhist dances they used to perform, and some of them are still to be documented or digitalized. Now the process is on for the documentation or for the digitalization of the different forms of the Buddhist dances. But that is not sufficient, and most of the people of the region are of the region, means northeast region, they are not acquainted with that. What to say about of us, the rest of India and other countries. So these are the famous dances, cham of the Buddhist tribe, the Fa Cham, Sam Cham, Gonning Cham. These are famous on the basis of the storyline of the dance and the movements of the dance, and most importantly, the costume of the dance, and all these things make an overall very magnificent, mesmerizing effect on the audience. And when they go for dance, unlike in the other tribal communities, you will find that in the other tribal communities, not only of Arunachal Pradesh, but all the other tribals also, they used to wear their customary, or what you say, that the dress code is there, not exclusive for the dance. Whatever they used in their day-to-day life, they used to dance with these clothes only, or with these costumes only. There are no separate costume for the dance for the tribal communities. But for this religious tribal dance of the Buddhism, they used to have a certain costume, certain headgears, and certain properties for the dance. Along with that, in the other form of original form of tribal dance, you will find that, as I told you earlier also, only on the beat of the mouth or on the beat of the chutki and clapping, they used to dance. And sometimes maximum a dhol or chimti is there. But in all these Buddhist dances, you will find they use trumpets, clarinet, conch shells, damru, drums, and these are the dangchen for trumpet. These are the local names, dha for damru, and sillin for cymbals. They used to play jhal, जिसको हिंदी में बोलते हैं. This type of instrument, musical instrument, they used to play during the dance. And they also take a skull cup, vajra, dagger, sword, on the basis of the story, what type of property they are needing, because they are going to perform drama along with that also. So these are the properties they need. But in other tribal communities dance, not only of Arunachal, but other tribal communities, you will not find such type of properties are required for dancing. And clothing, as I told you earlier also, the fotka, a kind of rich embroidered kaftan reaching to the ankles, and fang khel. This is a colorful, richly embroidery. I have shown you earlier in the pictures. So this type of clothing or costumes are required for dance. And these differences make the difference between the Buddhist dances with the other dances, because these are the area where we can see the economic aspect of these dances. One more important thing is that tribal dances are confined to an area. Adi dances are confined to Adi area. Initially, in the initial period, after this modernization, everything is changed. But in the initial period, you will find the dances are confined to their own territory, tribal territory. But as far as these Buddhist dances are concerned, they used to migrate. They used to visit from one place to another place on invitation, right from the eastern part of Himalaya, from Arunachal to western part of Himalaya, Leh Ladakh. And you will find the people, this dance troupe used to move from one village to another to third to fourth village, like that. And on invitation, they used to move. And their troupe are in very much demand. Very much in demand at present. Also, some of the troops are very much in demand. So there was exchange of culture was also there. Exchange of barter system, exchange of kind and cash was also there. When they used to, some villages used to invite some dance troupe, so they used to take all care of the hospitality for the invited dancers. So all this type, directly or indirectly, they used to give benefits, economic benefits to the trainer. As you know that in these type of dances, monastery or monks used to be trainer to train the dancers. But on the other hand, on the other folk dances, you will find that the juniors used to learn by watching, by observing the seniors, their mothers, their fathers, their uncles, their brothers or sisters, whosoever. Here, a proper training is to be given to the dancers by the monastery or the trainer appointed by the monastery. Music instrument players were also there. Carpenter were there to make mask, and painter were also there to make the painting and all these things. Mask makers were there. Podium makers were there or are there. Tailors, costume, dress designers are there. Shoe makers are there. Instrument makers are also there, and tour managers are also there. So these type of assistants or associated people are required for the tribal Buddhist tribal dances, and these due to these type of people, there is an economy generation of economy within the society, Buddhist society, because they used to go for the manufacturing of this type of property, and in exchange of that they used to get some kinds or maybe some precious metals or beads like that. They used to get. So and moreover, indirectly at present, directly they are the benefit. Indirectly, whole community are benefited not only economically but culturally and ethological. Ethos were also improved. If you see and observe, I should not say that which tribe is better than other, but it is always true that if a tribe is interminglable with the other tribe, or if they are migrate, if they go out of their territory, and from that territory they bring some ethos, good and bad good ethos, they bring some good practices also into their society. So their thought, their behavior, their thinking process, everything is some little bit refined in comparison to the other tribal society due to this. Nowadays, everything has been changed. But what I am saying, that was true for the 30-40 years in the society of 30-40 years before in Arunachal Pradesh. Now, due to interactions and due to education, due to awareness, all the society are at the same level of platform as far as the culture and understanding and the ethos are concerned. So this is that is what I wanted to say you, that this tribal dances are different from the other, and current scenario in every society there huge transformation is going on. Now there is some you can say dilution is there, but culturally, as all of the society is very rich, so still there is a say in Arunachal Pradesh, loss of society is loss of culture. So they are very much possessive towards their culture, towards their dance, and at present also they used to dance their dance at the different occasions, though the modernity has come in terms of song, in terms of recorded songs, music and lyrics and all these things, and steps also, and costumes. Some tribes have changed their costume, not grossly, but instead of wearing lower parts, their traditional dress, they used to wear jeans, pant and all these things. So I think that as far as recommendations are concerned, that we should keep doing the documentation and digitalization of the tribal dances of the different regions of India, particularly northeastern regions of India, and these are very precious for us, and we should institute some institutions to train the other people also, so that they can get also a upper level of the this classical dance form. Because if we go for research and refinement in the dance form, then ultimately that become a upper level of dance form. And definitely if we are able to do so through tourism and through cultural exchange program, so many avenues are there to help the society economically benefited. Thank you very much for giving me this time to share my observation with you. and hope that all of us will contribute to enrich and preserve these folk culture and oratures in future also. Huh?
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks. Very informative and very well researched, sir. Grateful to you.
No, no.
J.L. Austin says that a performative is a speech utterance that creates its own effect. The act of speaking is the performance of a specific action. The performative is a being that represents doing, and agency is closely linked with autonomy. It refers to the capacity of an individual to act in the world. And so these dances, arts, artifacts, they are a mode of agency, empowerment, and an assertion towards identity. Now, let us get ourselves introduced to our next invited speaker, Dr. Dipanvita Naskar. Dipanvita Naskar is currently working as an assistant professor in English at Jogesh Chandra Chaudhary Law College, affiliated to the University of Calcutta. She has completed her MPhil in English from Jadavpur University in 2018, and her MPhil dissertation deals with the gendered other in post-colonial English revisions of the Indian epic. Her research interests include post-colonial literature and theory, gender studies, Indian writing in English, and feminist literary theory. Welcome, Dr. Dipanvita.
Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, you are audible, very clear.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, thank you, Professor Pallavi Mishra, for giving me this excellent opportunity to come here and, share my thoughts and ideas with these esteemed people in academia. I'm really grateful and thankful to you for that. And also, I'm not a doctor. I'm pursuing my PhD. So I hope that I will be able to finish it in time and call myself a doctor.
You will be one very soon.
So my PhD is also on epic retellings. So when I heard about this conference webinar on folk tales and orature, I actually thought that how relevantly connected it is with my research topic, because we cannot even imagine about our folk tales without thinking about our epics. So the epics are prevalently, there all the time in the collective consciousness of the Indian subcontinent, of the population of the Indian subcontinent. And the idea of gender, I'm actually focusing my topic, the title, formal title of my topic is Reimagining Sita in the Oral Narratives and Folk Songs of India. So when we say the name Sita, when we talk about Sita, there are too many emotions, too many theories, too many ideas that are connected with just the name of Sita. And epics and folk tales have always been, there that reinterpret, revisit, and reimagine these epic characters and mythical characters. Why? Because the epics provide a beautiful language to our Indian masses that enable them, especially the marginalized community and women who are often silenced in most of the mainstream narratives and dominant discourses. These women and these marginalized communities, they try to speak out about their own deepest sorrows, deepest thoughts, emotions that nobody talks about through these folk tales, through these folk songs and narratives. So I think it is quite interesting to look at the folk songs of Mithila, the Maithili women's songs, or Bhojpuri Awadhi women's songs, or Marathi women's folk songs, or even Telugu oral narratives, to understand how this language of folk tales, how this oral narrative, which is, looked down upon by the mainstream academia or the mainstream, mainstream patriarchy. The folk narratives are not heralded as quite uplifted or quite high culture. So it is quite interesting to see what these beautiful folk tales and songs actually talk about. So I'll just give you an introduction to understand what I really want to talk about. The patriarchal definition of the ideal Indian woman is often associated with Sita, with the figure of Sita. Obviously, as we all know, the right wing, politics of India, and also history, historical, perspective, and also a socio-cultural context of India have always glorified these epic characters, especially Sita, who is like this demure, divine figure, who is, also an epitome of femininity, the ideal Indian woman. Sita, who has always been there in the collective consciousness of the Indian subcontinent and is often glorified as the epitome of sacrifice, patience, benevolence, and submissiveness. However, in the oral narratives and folk songs that revisit and reinterpret the epic tales, Sita, the tragic heroine of the Ramayana, has always been perceived as an intriguing combination of divinity and domesticity, self-assertion and self-abnegation, strength and vulnerability, devotion and rejection. She is both the mystical daughter who has the supernatural power, that enables her to glow like gold in fire while experiencing the test of fire. And also, she is this ordinary, common woman like us, this earthly woman who is cruelly abandoned by her husband Rama, who is traditionally also venerated as a god, the ideal man or Maryada Purushottam. My paper can be a little bit, debatable sometimes, because obviously we are talking about this heralded sacred ideas, and also we are trying to look at it from the folk perspective, from the perspective of the alternative discourse. So it will be little bit challenging for the mainstream ideas. So I hope that you have a liberal mindset to go through this paper and listen to it. This paper proposes to look at the Telugu oral narratives, especially Telugu oral narratives, Bhojpuri women's folk songs, very importantly, and Marathi Maithili women's songs that reimagine Sita in various ways and retell the story of her distress, heartbreak, resilience, and liberation. These folk songs, tales, and performances beautifully merge Sita's struggles, joys, and troubles with the mundane aspects of the rural domestic life, while re-establishing the idea that Sita continues to exist in every woman of India. Hence, we see that in these songs or proverbs, Sita often becomes an annoyed little girl. Why is she annoyed? Because most of the, in the rural areas, we know that there is a social issue of child marriage still prevalent in our society. So often we see Sita as a girl, just a little girl who is annoyed and reluctant, and who is forcibly married by her parents. Also, she is often imagined as a teenage girl whose parents lament about the difficulty of finding a suitable husband for the daughter, as she playfully lifts up the divine bow of Shiva, or a rural housewife who reluctantly goes to fetch water carrying a heavy pitcher. Domestic chores. Sita, the princess of Mithila, doing domestic chores like a common rural wife or a Dalit woman. The marginalized rural tribal women, whose voice is mostly silenced and ignored in the dominant narratives, find a way to express their deeper thoughts and feelings through these songs and tales that talk about various simple yet significant issues such as child marriage, domestic tensions, moral duties, familial and conjugal problems, pregnancy and childbirth that nobody talk about in the mainstream narratives. These tales, these songs focus on them. Sita's pervading presence in the folk narratives and songs underline how Indian women who themselves are always oppressively constrained by the Lakshman Rekha, quote unquote, drawn by the patriarchal society itself. These women who themselves are constrained by the Lakshman Rekha, always find Sita's tale to be extremely relatable, obviously, as they are also repeatedly compelled to prove their worth by experiencing the trials by fire as Sita. Navanita Debsen wrote in her remarkable essay, The Essential Orphan, the Girl Child, in the book In Search of Sita, Revisiting Mythology, she observes how in a Marathi folk song, Sita mournfully yearns for her unseen parents, who abandoned her after her birth, voicing out the thoughts of the perpetually dispossessed other. Okay, so we always think of Sita as an abandoned wife. Okay, we never think of her as an abandoned daughter, which she is. She was abandoned by her parents, most probably after her birth. And this reminds us of the problem that we face of infanticide and how girl children are abandoned by their parents just because they're girls in Indian society. So the song that Navanita Debsen is talking about, the Marathi folk song, is like this. I quote, "What kind of a woman am I? I was given away to Rama when I was 5 years old. What sort of mother's love have I got? Dear plum tree, dear bulbul tree, Sita is telling you the story of her life. Please listen. I was found at the tip of a plow. How can I have parents?" Quote ends. So, do you see the sense of bewilderness, rootlessness, homelessness that we can find in these lines? Sita, as an ordinary girl, she is talking to the bulbul tree. She's talking to the plum trees. She doesn't have anyone to talk to. Quite similar to the other women of our society. They don't have anyone to talk to. They're always, most of the time, they're living in solitude, and they do not have anyone to express their deepest feelings and ideas. So she is rootless because she has been abandoned by her parents. The sense of rootlessness and displacement found in this song can be related to the sense of dislocated selfhood as an identity, experienced by numerous girls and women who were abandoned after being born, or married off at an early age, or to lessen the burdens of the family, or thrown out from the house by their husbands or sons after marriage. Devsen also points out how the marriage of the girl child is a matter of extreme importance in the Indian society. Marriage is something which occupies the thoughts of all the population, especially the traditional mindset, the people who have traditional mindset. So marriage of the girl child is a very, very important idea in the Indian society. And most of the families prioritize the task of transforming the girl child into an ideal bride over her education or well-being. So her education and well-being are not that important. The more important part is that how she becomes an ideal wife for another household. Okay. In a Maithili folk song, hence we can see that the queen mother of Princess Sita, who is reimagined as a humble farmer's daughter. So Sita here is a farmer's daughter. Just imagine Sita, the divine figure, princess of Mithila, reimagined as a farmer's daughter, as a working class, ordinary girl. Humble farmer's daughter desperately urges the queen urges the king, who is wearing, the king ironically is wearing a dhoti and a turban, like a normal peasant, common peasant, okay, to look for a husband for Sita as she comes of age. Okay, so the song goes like this. It's a beautiful song. The lyrics is really interesting. Princess Sita is scrubbing the floor. Her sari slips off her shoulders, and her mother, the queen, tells the father, Up, King Janaka. What are you doing here? Go, get a groom for Sita. She is ready for a husband. So because her sari slips off, so that is an obviously a reference to her sexuality. You know, she's coming of age, because obviously the Indian society doesn't allow talking about female sexuality. So because she is coming of age, she is now ready for a husband. She has to be wedded. She cannot be, kept at home anymore. In another Maithili song, while cleaning the house, Sita surprisingly lifts up the Haradhanu. Just imagine. Sita lifts up the Haradhanu, and this is quite common a tale in many languages. Not only the Maithili folk song, but also in many other folk songs, this has been reimagined, or this has been imagined that Sita is more powerful than all the people who came in her Swayamvar. Why did they came to a Swayamvar? To lift up the Haradhanu and to string it, right? So that they can prove their worth as worthy suitors to win the hands of Sita. But Sita is rather more powerful than them in these folk tales. She is able to lift up the Haradhanu, and in one hand, and on seeing this, Sita's father laments as an ordinary farmer, worried about the difficulty in finding a suitable match for his daughter, who is unconventionally strong and self-sufficient. Obviously, the father is worried. What would happen to my daughter? Nobody is going to marry her. How can, I find a suitable husband for her? Because she is so powerful that I cannot find a superior than her. That's what Indian society imposes on the parents, that you have to find someone for your daughter who is more than your daughter in capabilities, in qualities, in everything. So the husband must be a superior. That is the idea that Navanita Dixon is implying or focusing on. Usha Nielsen, in her essay, Grinding Millet but Singing of Sita, Power and Domination in Awadhi and Bhojpuri women's songs, says that the folk songs sung by the Awadhi and Bhojpuri women attempt to subvert the mainstream patriarchal interpretations of the Ramayana, especially the perspectives propagated by Tulsidas's Ramcharitmanas, which is obviously a very important cult sacred text in North India, especially. And that these songs also assert a particular kind of resistance against the dominant discourse. So they kind of present an alternative viewpoint. Okay, they resist the dominant discourse. They challenge the dominant discourse. She also focuses on the difference that exists between the songs sung by the lower caste women and the songs of the higher caste women, who themselves defend the system of oppression by contemptuously criticizing the lower caste Kahar and Barbar women for singing the exalted songs of Sita Ma or Sita Devi. Because they're Kahar and Barbar, because they belong to the lower caste communities, they shouldn't sing about this exalted figure of Sita Devi, according to the higher caste women. So you see, all these women are singing about these folk songs and singing about Sita, but even there is a difference lying between them, depending on their caste identity, depending on their class identity, which is quite important to notice, I think. In the songs sung by these women, the divine characters from the epic, especially Rama and Sita, are seen as ordinary people with their human emotions and flaws. So when we look at Valmiki's Ramayana or Tulsidas's Ramcharitmanas or Krittivas Oja's Bengali Ramayana or Kamba's Iramavataram, we see that Rama and Sita are actually ideal. They are like ideal man and woman. They do not have any flaws. They are completely, impersonification of perfection itself. But here we see in these folk narratives, they are like ordinary people. They are like us. We have our flaws. We have our emotions. So do Rama and Sita. They have their flaws and emotions like human beings. By singing about Sita's marriage, abduction, Rama's insensitivity towards Sita, Sita's exile, her lamentations, childbirth, etc., these women subversively question the oppressive patriarchal structures of the society, that glorify the idea of purity and self-sacrifice. In one of these folk songs sung by the Bhojpuri women, especially the higher caste women, Sita reimagined as Sital Rani. I hope many of you have heard this. Sital Rani. Sita is reimagined as Sital Rani in these folk songs. Asks Lakshman to bring Rama back to the palace as he has gone to the forest alone by leaving Sita and Lakshman behind. So in this folk song, the background of this folk song is quite interesting because it alternatively challenges the mainstream narrative by saying that Sita and Lakshman are staying in the palace, whereas Ram is going to the forest alone. So Sita and Lakshmana are not accompanying him. Okay. After Rama's return, although serving her husband silently as a good wife should, Sita expresses her anger and frustration for Rama's absence and his alleged extramarital relationship, which is quite common in rural areas, okay, and also in urban areas. But especially in folk tales, we often see this conflict between the mistress and the maid, okay, the mistress and the the extramarital affair. The mistress is often accusing the husband of having an extramarital affair. So this shows how women are often subjected to domination and oppression. It's inside the marital bounds, inside the marital boundaries. Sita expresses her anger and frustration for Rama's absence and his extramarital relationship with the hunchback maid, quote unquote, by refusing to be sexually intimate with him. So the song goes like this. Rama speaks to her. Sital doesn't answer. Rama rinses his mouth. Sital holds out his toothpick. Rama speaks to her. Sital doesn't answer. Rama goes to bed. Sital fans him gently. Rama grabs her arm. Let's go to the top terrace. No, Rama, I won't come to your bed. Up in the palace tower. You left me behind. You can go back to your forest exile. 100,000 times I swear, by Father Dasharath and my mother Kaushalya, I will give up the hunchback maid, but I won't give you up, Sital Rani. So Rama is appearing to be this ordinary rural farmer or this ordinary common Dalit man who is trying to coax his frustrated, angered wife by saying that I swear by my father and mother, by my parents, that I will never, prioritize anyone over you. You are the queen of my hearts. Another song sung mostly by the lower caste barbar women almost blasphemously transgress the higher caste moral codes set by Tulsidas's devotional Ramcharitmanas, or the traditional songs sung by the higher caste women. This song rebelliously talks about the sexual tensions existing in the relationship between the older sister-in-law, Sita, and the younger brother-in-law, that is Lakshman, alluding to the rural and tribal social practice that is practiced in many communities where the brother-in-law is allowed to marry the widowed or abandoned sister-in-law. This song shockingly challenges the conventional dichotomies of purity and impurity, acceptable, unacceptable, good and evil that is established in the civilized Indian society. So Lakshman improperly offers Sita to forget about her pain by being involved with him as she laments when Lakshman fails to find Rama. Okay, the song goes like this. This is quite a blasphemous song for many of the people who actually look at Rama and Sita as ideal divine figures. So Sita is saying in this song, for whom should I make the wedding bed and cover it with floral petals? Whom should I serve? So my grief is gone. Lakshman says, make my bed, scatter flower petals over it. Serve me, sister-in-law. I'll make you forget your grief. So the image of Sita, okay, the essay that talks about this song also mentions how the Dalit woman who sings this in the social gathering is actually not at all willing to sing this song. She's embarrassed. She's embarrassed by the direct insinuation of sexuality or the relationship between Sita and Lakshman, because obviously, according to the dominant narrative and culture, the relationship between a daughter-in-law and a brother-in-law must be sacred and respectful. So it shouldn't be criticized in this way. But in many communities, in the Dalit, community, in many regions, actually, it is thought to be a quite appropriate behavior if the sister-in-law is widowed, or if she is abandoned by her husband, then she should be with the brother-in-law. So that's what these Dalit women are actually focusing on through their age-old folk song that they have, carried on from the older generations. The image of Sita as an auspicious deity is considered to be very significant in the traditional wedding songs that include Sita Mangal, sung especially by the bride's mother, praying for peace and prosperity of the bride's conjugal kin. So Sita Mangal is a song which is sung by the bride's mother. Okay, she sings it for the improvement and for the prosperity and peace of the conjugal kin, of the in-laws' house, and also for the bride's protection. And there is another set of songs, 5 Devi songs, that pray for protection of the bride who is seen as innocent and vulnerable as Sita. Devi songs, as you can imagine, these are actually addressed to the Devi Ma, okay, Durga Ma. So she is supposed to be the guardian angel of Sita, or the bride who is portrayed as Sita, because obviously in another folk song, the bride is often portrayed as Sita, as she needs Devi Ma's blessings to protect herself from the evil demonic forces. We often say this now in a wedding, Nazar na lage. So the bride must be saved from the evil eye, must be protected from the demonic forces. Who will protect her? Devi Ma. Okay, so these songs are praying to the Devi Ma, and in another song, Sita, or the bride, who are actually quite synonymous, Sita sends a letter to the Almighty Devi requesting her to assume her destructive form as Ma Durga and annihilate Ravana, the demon king. So Ravana is the demonic force, and Ma Durga must take her destructive form like Kali or Durga and kill Ravana. So Sita sends a prayer letter to Ma Durga in this folk song. In addition to that, there are some wedding songs that prominently underline the struggles and sufferings of women in the patriarchal Indian society, while criticizing the problematic social issues like objectification of women, which is quite common in Indian society, casteist discrimination, prevalent in contemporary Indian society, dowry, although it is illegal but still practiced in many communities in the Indian society, and other marital oppressions. Okay, so the song goes like this. It's a very interesting song, according to me, because it talks about this burning social issues in such a simplistic manner, and highlights these issues beautifully. So the queen mother of Rama, Kaushalya, is talking to Rama, okay, on the day of marriage. I see you come, Rama. I see your brother Lakshman. So Lakshman is becoming Lakshman in the folk dialect. But I don't see your wife Sita anywhere. Where is she? Is she lacking beauty? Or is she of low birth? Has she done something wrong? Why don't I see her with you, Rama? So Queen Mother is surprised not to see Sita with Rama. Rama says, Mother, Sita doesn't lack beauty, nor is she of low birth. I have left her behind and have come alone. Her father didn't give enough dowry in her marriage. So the queen says, gold lasts for 10 days, son, silver even less. Silk rips, O son. A good wife fills your life with happiness. So this is the folk song that talks about all these social issues. Here the queen mother of Rama inquires about Sita's physical beauty and social class, like most other matriarchal figures in the Indian society. They are often obsessed with this idea of how the girl should be, how the ideal girl should be. She should belong to the perfect social class and caste. She shouldn't be belonging to the lower caste, obviously, and she should be perfectly beautiful, fair. Um, intentionally or unintentionally continue to uphold the patriarchal system of subjugation and objectification. So the matriarchal figures who look for these qualities in the bride often uphold the patriarchal qualities or the ideals, intentionally or unintentionally. And they support, in a way, the system of subjugation and objectification. In response to that question, Rama exclaims that the actual reason for rejecting Sita is neither her lack of beauty nor her caste identity, rather, the insufficient dowry offered by her father. And this statement, which reimagines Rama as a typical materialistic Indian groom, greedy for the dowry amount. We cannot even imagine Rama, the god, the god king, as an ordinary man who is greedy for dowry. Completely opposite to what we perceive of Rama from the Valmiki Ramayana or the Ramcharitmanas or other authentic texts. So folklores are often, as we see, subversively challenging the main narratives. So Rama is not the ideal man here because he is talking about dowry, and rejecting Sita because of the insufficient dowry offered by King Janaka. Towards the end of the song, the Queen Mother is seen advising her son, Rama, about the importance of having a good wife and how gold and silver and other precious metals or possessions can never be compared with a devoted, pious, self-sacrificing woman who serves the husband constantly and takes care of the household. So Kaushalya, the Queen Mother, is advising Rama that he should not prioritize gold and silver over a good wife, because a good wife will always be a good possession, because she will take care of the household, she will be devoted, she will be always taking care of the husband. Okay, so she is much more important than just material possessions. That's what Kaushalya advises Rama. In most of the songs sung by the rural working class women, Sita ceases to be the princess of Mithila or the queen of Ayodhya. She is not the queen of Ayodhya. She is not the princess of Mithila. She is just an ordinary woman. Rather, she becomes one of them, an ordinary wife of a farmer, a midwife, or a fisherwoman, performing seemingly menial domestic duties like fetching water from a well, grinding grains, or collecting cow dung to make fuel packing. This folk song not only portray the epic characters in a completely different manner, but also like Jain and Buddhist retellings of the Ramayana, they sometimes question and alter the dominant storyline of the mainstream narrative. For example, in one of these Awadhi songs of the low caste women, sung by the low caste women, as Sita goes to fetch water with her sister-in-law tricks her to draw a picture of Ravana, which sows the seed of suspicion in Rama's mind, and he decides to banish her to the forest. On one hand, the song subversively criticizes Rama's cruelty and insensitivity towards the pregnant Sita. On the other hand, it emphasizes on the ruthlessness of the dispossessed women who are often exploited and betrayed by their conjugal kin, just as Sita gets betrayed by her sister-in-law, husband, and brother-in-law. The song goes like this. The sister-in-law Sita asks Sita to draw a picture of Ravana, and then she betrays Sita by telling or informing Rama about the drawing. The sister-in-law tells Rama, I quote, "Brother, that Ravana, enemy of yours, sister-in-law is drawing his image." Rama, oh, brother Lakshman, you stayed with me in all my times of trouble. I am going to turn Sita out. Only then I drink a drop of water. Lakshman then says, my sister-in-law gives food to the hungry, clothes to the naked. She is heavily pregnant. Why do you send her away? Rama says, "Oh brother Lakshman, my companion in times of trouble, I will exile Sita. She sits and draws image of Ravana." The quotes. Here, although we can find a sympathetic tone in Lakshman's voice, Lakshman fails to stand by his brother's commands and stand against his brother's commands. And eventually, he misleads Sita by telling her that she is summoned by her father, King Janaka, in Mithila, and then executes the task of abandoning her into the forest. So he abandons her into the forest by saying that your father is summoning you, let's go. But obviously, he abandons Sita as commanded by his brother, Lord Rama. Into the forest, Sita is obviously completely grief-stricken and helpless, and she is actually quite ironically given shelter by these other marginalized women who live in the forest themselves, the ascetic women, the sannyasinis who live in the forest, and they come to the rescue of Sita. Sita, in a part of this songs, she is like saying this: "Who would make a fire from me? Who would make the bed for me in the birthing room? Who would watch over me the night I give birth?" The ascetic women emerge from the forest. They console Sital Rani. Again, Sita is reimagined as Sital Rani, as I have already mentioned. It's not only the folk songs in Bhojpuri or Awadhi language that focus on the muted tales of the gendered other by retelling the tale of Sita's struggles, misery, and liberation. Rather, there are various other kinds of oral narratives in other regional languages that use the Ramayana tradition as a significant language to raise startling questions about the subaltern identity, gender, and caste-based marginalization, and the intrinsic connections existing between the folkloric discourses and the socio-cultural aspects. So there is an intrinsic connection between the folkloric discourses, the folk tales, and the folk songs, mainstream social aspect of our Indian society. And these songs beautifully focus on these intertwined connections. Velachero Narayana Rao, in his essay, A Ramayana of Their Own, Women's Oral Tradition in Telugu, says, the Ramayana, I quote, "The Ramayana in India is not just a story with a variety of retellings. It is a language with which a lot of statements may be made. Women in Andhra Pradesh have long used this language to say what they wish to say. And so, because women cannot speak as women in most of the dominant narratives, they are ignored, they are cornered, they're marginalized. Women often choose these songs, especially the traditional women and women of the older generation. They take up these songs to talk about their sorrows and joys and struggles. This observation is quite relevant in the context of many other folk songs, proverbs, myths, and legends that are often used by both the upper caste and the lower caste women to give voice to the fears, joys, sorrows in the patriarchal society. The societal and familial control over female sexuality becomes extremely important and prominent in the songs sung by the Brahmin Telugu upper caste women, where the newly married bride Sita is given a strict lesson of propriety by the mother-in-law. As we all know, when the newlywed bride comes in the family of the in-laws, the mother-in-law is the foster mother, becomes the foster mother, and she actually takes care of the propriety lesson or the lesson of propriety. This is how you should behave. This is how you should speak in front of your in-laws. These are the things that you shouldn't do. These are the timings that you shouldn't go out of the house. So this propriety lesson or the lesson of propriety given by the mother-in-law is beautifully captured in this next folk song that I'm going to talk about. Here, the mother-in-law.
Excuse me, Dr.
Yes.
Dipanvita. I request you to please conclude now.
Yes, I will conclude within 2-3 minutes more.
Yeah, just take 2 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so Kaushalya says to Sita in this song, Be more patient than even the earth goddess. Never transgress the words of the father-in-law and mother-in-law. Do not ever look at other men. Do not ever speak openly. Do not reveal the words your husband says in private, even to the best of your friends. If your husband is angry, never talk back to him. A husband is God to all women. Never disobey your husband. I end the quote. The traditional concept of training the young women to be able to attain the idealistic perfection, exemplified by the divine and mythical figures, reminds us of the Lakshmi principle. The Lakshmi principle is quite common in the Indian society, how Indian women are compared to Lakshmi. And if they break or transcend the borders of propriety, she becomes the Alakshmi or non-Lakshmi. So this Dipesh Chakravarti also talks about in his essay, this post-coloniality and the artifice of history, who speaks for Indian past. Here, Lakshmi, regarded as the Indian Hindu god Vishnu's wife, has for long been held up in a popular Hinduism and in the everyday pantheism of Hindu families as the model of Hindu wife. Okay, so as we are talking about Lakshmi and Alakshmi, I just quickly want to wrap up my discussion, by touching this other folk songs. Unlike the Brahminic narratives that portray Sita as a subservient wife, completely dependent on her husband, in many folk songs sung by the lower caste Telugu women, Sita is visualized as a strong-willed, self-sufficient woman, potently able to fight against the outside world. So Sita is not dependent on Rama or Lakshmana for her protection anymore. She is physically and mentally empowered to protect herself, to create her own security, to exert her power. Okay, so in this song sung by the Dalit women, Sita says, "You give me your bows and arrows. I will go right now and get the animal." So Sita will go and get the animal. She doesn't need Rama to catch the golden deer for her. Okay, that's it. I have finished presenting my paper and talking about it. I hope that you know. Pallavi ma'am and other organizers who have effectively organized this amazing platform for research scholars and professors like us to talk about their ideas and thoughts. Liked it, and I'm looking forward to connect with you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Deepan Vitanaskar. That was very interesting and a kind of reinterpretation of folklores of the Ramayana, Valmiki's Ramayana, and it was very insightful too. Thanks for presenting it. And then all myths, says Levi Strauss, have binary oppositions, and such as day and night and left and right. And to discover the structure behind any myth, one must explore its deep structure. And this deep structure, it gives more clarifications of the myth itself. So with this, we come to an end of the invited lecture series, and now is the time for paper presentations. I would invite our paper presenters online. Please come on screen. Please come online, as it is time for your paper presentation. And
Hello, Pallavi.
yes, yes,
Am I audible?
yes, you are.
I have an important piece of work in the admission committee. So whether I can present.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes. So are you presenting today, or are you leaving your presentation?
I
Will
will
you
be
be
giving my
presenting?
presentation.
Okay. All right, I will ask the chair to come. Professor Omkarnath Upadhyay will chair this session of paper presentation. So we will ask the professor to come online, and then the paper presentation should start. Tanima, let us take a break of 5 minutes. You can play that video. I'll call on Professor Omkarnath Upadhyay to chair this session. No?
नमस्कार। हमारा देश और पूरा विश्व आज कोविड-19 की चुनौती का सामना कर रहा है।
We are taking a break of 5 minutes. Please wait for 5 minutes and let Professor Upadhyay come, and we will request him to make your presentation first.
इनको बता रखा है ना हमारा काम है बिना ब्रेक दिए तो थोड़ा सा मुश्किल है पूरा एग्जाम जैसा हो गया
बस 32 पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं
कोई नहीं है तो वही जगह आ गए हैं जो मैंने जो प्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं सुनने वाला नहीं मतलब नहीं यहाँ हो गया प्रेजेंटेशन हो गया कॉन्फ्रेंस
मस्त 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 उस पे लाइव आ रहा है कितना वर्किंग अरे वीडियो तो
ऑफ है ना
ऑफ नहीं है
तो फिर अगर बैठ गया वीडियो ऑफ है कि नहीं हाँ ऑफ है ना
ऑफ क्या करना ऑफ ऑफ करना
ना हट बैठी ओके
बैठो जल्दी जल्दी बैठो जल्दी बैठो
So this is the time for paper presentations. I think Professor Omkarnath Upadhyay has joined us. Hello, Lima. Yes. Sir, thank you for coming, sir. I request you to join this session for this paper presentation session. Hello. Has he joined? आ गए?
Yes, yes, start please.
अच्छा, sir, अच्छा. So participants are there waiting for you, and let us start with the first presentation. Our first paper presenter is Dr. Vishwanath Rana from Uttarkasi.
Hello, everyone. I will be am I audible?
Yes,
Pallavi,
you are. Yes, you are.
I will try to be as brief as possible, as I know the organizing committee will be very tired because of the extended sessions. So the topic of my presentation is history through the eyes of oral narratives. Then Bhagirathi Valley towards Western Tibet. My presentation has to do a lot with the number of memories, tales told and retold by generations to its offsprings. The oral narratives discussed here are disparate. They are non-teleological. They don't go into a bigger narrative, but still they possess a geography and that unfolds it. There is a certain discreteness that holds all these events together within the realm of possible and probable imagination. History being a very rigid academic exercise would always pose questions to the probability of these happenings, but it too comes in support of these marks of existence when challenges of master narratives like nationalism and homogenization tries hard for unbridled authority over becoming everyone's spokesperson. This presentations, it maps the activities of different tribal groups like the Jars. I will be focusing my attention on the Bhagirathi Valley of eastern Uttarakhand. The Khashas and the Tibetans who joined together to form one of the famous trade routes of its prosperous years. The Jar community have been, that is the boats here, have been named after the tributary of river Bhagirathi, that is the Jar Ganga. From the religious point of view, this way from Barahat, Barahat is the ancient name of Uttarkashi, was one of the most convenient way to travel to the famous Tholing Mutt, and along with its proximity to Kailas Mansarovar pilgrimage. So geographically, the focus will be on the road connecting Barahat, that is Uttarkashi, to Western Tibet, traversing through Bhairav Ghati and entering through Chongsa to the markets of Western Tibet. Uttarakhand's Bhairav Ghati is also known as Chongsa by the Tibetans, and the people of this region, namely the Jats, are called as Chongsa Rongba. Though once it was under the Tibetan rule, under the Chaprang district of Western Tibet, in different times, different regimes of Garhwal, Ram state, and Tibet had ruled over this area. So talking about Uttarakhand, there were a number of 10 there were around 10 trade gateways that connected Uttarakhand to the Tibet, and the route through Brahmpur. That is, Brahmpur is a name for Uttarkashi. A number of historians takes that Brahmpur mentioned by Huin Shang is Uttarkashi, and Chongsa was one of the most convenient way towards Tholingbat in Western Tibet. In case of the region north of Balaghat, that is Uttarkashi, is too mentioned as a golden land in Mahabharata. In the it is mentioned that while during the accession, at the time of accession of Yudhishthira, the golden dust, that is Swarna Bhasma, it was bought from the north of Brahmpur. That was Uttarkashi. The Middle Himalayas has been mentioned as Skin Janpat in Mahabharata, and but it talks about the principal ethnicities of Himalayas, namely the Khashas, the Jats. So the inhabitants of modern day Tibet in Mahabharata, they are referred as Tangan or Tankan, and later as people of Hundesh living in the south of higher Himalayas. They have been referred as Kirats, who trade in icing for Jats in icing, that is Suhaga, the Lincha Namak, and that is the salt, and golden dust, and Kasturi. They were known as Tangan and are considered to be the ancestors of modern ports, along with the Jats of Bhagirathi and the Jatganga territory. So I will be talking about this trade routes, and a number of oral narratives that are very much popular in this valley, but somehow they couldn't be they are not documented, and hence, but they have still survived a number of generations, and they are very still fresh in public memories. There's a famous legend of Frederick Wilson, about whom very less has been written, and it was Robert Hutchinson who brought out a work where he has presented Wilson as a very as a metaphoric personality who look into the British affairs here in northern India. So I will try to figure out how the people of Chongsa and how the people of Bhagirathi Valley, they remember the Frederick Wilson today. Frederick Wilson, he was an Afghan war fugitive, and he turned into a British agent by Captain Young after the Afghan war. And he has been romantically presented as a hero in the book The Legend of Pahadi Wilson by Robert Hutchinson. So after the fall of Gurkha, the Gurkhali that the Gurkhas ruled over in Uttarakhand from 1795 to 1815, only to be defeated by the British. So British, they were our liberators in 1815, and with the exception of Sudarshan Shah, into the kingship of Gadwal region, he signed a trade pact with Wilson because he was in want of funds, because he had to shift himself into a very small kingdom. So he made a trade pact with Wilson so how to commercially use lumbering, how to make use of those logs, because in the 1860s the railway work was going on, and also the Ganga Nehar canal was to be started, so they required huge lumbers for that. And Wilson, this is very fresh in the public memory about how Wilson crafted a unique navigation method through which heavy Devdar logs would be transported from Gangotri and Gomukh to the hinterlands of Haridwar. So he had a unique method using logs itself, and how he transported them all the way towards Haridwar. And the Frederick Wilson introduced apple cultivation into this area, and this cultivation. These apples are the flourishes all over the valley, and he brought troutfish, introduced troutfish to this region. So, talking about Robert Hutchinson in his work, he gives a metaphorical expression to the expansionist vision of the empire that works through Agent Wilson, as Tibet was strategically important. It was importance to the British. So the oral narratives, but they are a rich source of imagination in trying to figure out the times of 1850s, the social scenario, the empire, the man Wilson, who was written accounts of these times are barely available, and this too has been compounded by the excuses that they try to give reason regarding the engineering marvels built by Wilson. That includes his famous Dak Banglas. A number of those structures they have been strategically, I don't know how they have been they've all disappeared, and they were built in a distance of 14 kilometers, through which he was able to conduct his logging activities, all the way from Harsil to Uttarkashi and towards Tehri. Though public memory is still not very unaware about the structures used by him to transport log into Haridwar using river Bhagirathi for navigation, the oral history stamps the accounts of his marriage to a girl and a second one to her estranged aunt that gave birth to 3 sons. A number of inhabitants of Upper Taknor, that is Upper Uttarkashi, accepts that their elders were hosted by William's son Charlie in a hotel in Mussoorie, and that the property of Esley Hall, Dehradun, once belonged to them. So they still admire his adventurous and enterprising spirit. His excursion, his long walks to Western Tibet through Sangchokla and Jelukhaga Pass, and his superior use of tools, engineering skills in handling those heavy bridges. And there's a lot to talk about Wilson, and I will be probably sending a paper to Pallavi. Let's touch one more aspect, that beside a huge availability of oral narratives regarding Wilson and the trade route to Tarkashi, the author of Chongsa and Chongsa Rangba, Professor Suresh Chand, he was able to find a written account of he has noted his experience, a man from Johar, Pithoragarh, that how his elders had facilitated the creation of pulling mandi in 1913. A market was established with the consent of Tibetan high officials. So that written account, I think it will be worth mentioning here. So from the beginning of 20th century, the Gadwal Naresh increasingly felt the need of establishing a marketing in the Tibetan side of pulling. To give a major overhauling to the trade between the two sides, this was to boost up his revenues, and also in awe of other established market that his once large empire boosted in their glorious years. In 1907, Gadwal Naresh sent an entourage to Tibet under the leadership of Rai Shah Ghananam. It failed disastrously with the arrest of few members by the Jongpon. Jongpon was the official and financial authority of the regions of Tibet. In the Western Tibet, the Jongpon, he had some very a huge responsibility, and he was vested with huge powers. A lot many people from the Jard community, they still remember it, how their elders, how their forefathers were beaten up by Jongpon, who used to have a long hunter with him. So the Jongpon, that is the administrator, he had leveled some serious defaulting charges upon the Jard and the Budhera communities who traded in Tibet. Again, after a decade, with the commissioner of Gadwal, Charles Shering, and extreme interest shown by the then conservative Ganga Pant Vishnu, he involved the Lama pulling into the deliberation, did send an entourage of 25 to 30 participants from Nelang. The group had a successful meeting with the Jongpon of Chaprang, and a contract was signed for the establishment of pulling mandi in 1919. The group had the presence of Anglu Jad, Balram Budhera from Balahat, that is Uttarkashi, Bisan Singh, Dhan Singh, Dilip Singh, Bhagwan Singh from Johar, that is Pithoragarh, The group was well received in Puling, and an atmosphere of feast and jubilation marked the occasion with beautiful pageantry and celebration by the Jats, Budera, and Tibetan young generation. Ishwar Singh was the then Pradhan of Nelang. He made arrangements for a grand reception in Nelang and for the entourage. Similarly, in villages like Mukba, Dharali, the regional deities danced to the tunes in their palanquin to welcome the victorious group. Trade usually started with the onset of June. The Yongpon of Chaprang would send a message to the Pradhan of Jadong, who would forward it to the village headsman in Nilang, which would henceforth result in the start of trading season. So do I have some more time, Pallavi?
No.
Hello? Am I audible, sir?
Vishwanath, please conclude. You are over time.
Okay. So just 1 minute, Pallavi. There are so many other. There is another aspect to this lost history of oral narratives. That is how, with the passage of time, people have forgotten the Buddhist roots of this place, and a lot many things have been documented, but still more things are in the minds of people and about what they have received, what information they have received from their ancestors. So that is how we have worked. A lot many stories relate to the local deities about how the Jar community has how many their deities they have been brought from Tibet, and what has become of them after living in the Indian side for so many years. So I will just try to elaborate some of the other this oral narrative in I will elaborate it in my paper. Thank you, Pallavi, for providing me the opportunity and time to discuss
Thank you so
my
much.
presentation with you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm looking forward for your paper.
Yeah. Okay.
Uh, sir, I had given you the list of the participants. Is it there with you? Are you having the list of the participants? Upadhyay, sir? Uh, any participant who is online, he or she can come forward and present. Tulika Ghosh? Yes, Tulika
Yes.
Ghosh, please.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Good evening, rather. I will quickly begin with my paper, and the title of my paper is Bengali Cultural Myths in Sunetra Gupta's Memories of Rain. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. You are audible, ma'am.
Yes.
You
Okay.
are clear
Okay.
and audible. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. So, we all know that India is such a diverse country, and that is why it consists of various unique and distinct cultures of different communities and religions, right? So, what happens is that every culture has got some of the mythical stories associated with them. So, that has to be like all the mythical stories that I will elaborate in my paper. I'll quickly come to the context of diaspora. That in the context of Indian diaspora, we find that immigrants who leave India and they settle in some other country because of various reasons like nostalgia, homesickness, identity crisis, they are always trying to create an imaginary homeland there in the other nation, as we all know. So now this nation, the imaginary homeland, that not only consists of the characteristic features of a nation, rather there they also try to bring out their own regional cultural space as Indians, like Bengali, Marathi, Tamil, and so and so. So quickly coming to the novelist of the diaspora, I would like to talk about Sunetra Gupta, who happens to be a very important, a very significant writer of Indian diaspora. She is a novelist and she has a very unique style of writing, and she is able to incorporate myths very, very subtly into her novels to and use them as tools for the protagonist to bring out their identity, to explore their identity. And this also helps Gupta herself as a writer to assert her own identity. So the myths that she uses in her novels, the Bengali myths, they are working at two levels. First, they are also trying to help the protagonist to explore and understand their identity. First of all, there is this Kali Puja, which is celebrated in the Bengali household on the night of Diwali. So Sunetra Gupta has used these cultural festivals and myths that leave an impression on the psyche of Moni. So Kali Puja is a very popular festival, and it has been mentioned that Moni's brother also, tells Anthony, Moni's husband, about the small green insects that were named after goddess Kali, as they appear during the time when Kali Puja is celebrated. And then and the description of the religious festivals is so vivid that they assert their freshness in the memories of Moni. Now, Kali has also got a very important significance in constructing or asserting the importance of Moni's identity, because Kali is associated with compassion as well as strength. And Moni also leaves her family, which is a symbol of strength, and she takes her daughter along. She knew that in India, her daughter is going to face a lot of problems, because she will face the same problems of cultural crisis that Moni herself has faced. But she decides that she will take her child along, which is a symbol of compassion. So here, Kali is synonymous with Moni. And then there is another very important thing in the whole novel is the poetry of Tagore. The songs and poetries of Tagore is taught to the children in Bengali household from a very young age, most of the times. And here in the novel, Sunetra Gupta has used the poetry of Tagore throughout. It is a source of survival for Moni from her culture. So throughout, she is trying to relate her life with the stories and poems of Tagore. And then there is another instance where she when she is moving out of England, and she wants to go to return to India. There she finds two people talking about Durga. And Durga Puja, as we all know, is very, very significant in the lives of Bengalis. And immediately she is transferred to the Durga Puja that she used to celebrate as a child. The autumn season and the statues and this whole process of Visarjan and all, everything is fresh in her memory. Again, Durga also becomes synonymous with Moni, because Moni has the power, she has the strength to kill the demons of her own life, just like Ma Durga. And she also has the similarity with Ma Durga, that where she is returning to her father's home. Although in Durga Puja we know that that the goddess Durga is only coming for a few days to her parental house, and then she leaves in the process of Visarjan. But Moni here decides to stay with her father forever. And then there is another very important thing, which is very significant to the writing style of Sunetra Gupta, that she has used very small observations to transfer the protagonist to something which is very cultural. Just like she looks at Anthony's face and she finds that there is a furrow on his forehead, and immediately she is remembered of a marksman who can aim at that furrow. And with this marksman story, she is reminded of Arjun and Draupadi. So we know that how cultural myths and even national myths, they are very, very sometimes we don't even realize how important or how significant they are in our lives, because we have known these myths since forever, but they play a very important role in two ways. First of all, through these myths we understand, because they are always teaching the gods and goddesses that we know, they are always trying to teach us some kind of virtue. So we have two paths that myths give us. First is either accept whatever the heroes and the heroines, the mythical heroes and the heroines have done, they pave a path for us to follow. And secondly, that we can always reject what they did and do otherwise. So anyway, myth becomes the center, and we are supposed to decide that what we are going to do in the context of our identity. Now there is another instance where this myth is specific to a house, where Moni looks at the pots, of the plants, and she is reminded that she had buried her daughter's tooth in the pot, and she is again reminded of a grandmother who used to plant their tooth in the mud, and the grandmother would say that there will be a very huge tree of teeth. So again, unconsciously, Moni has transferred her whole mythical story that we have, that constructed her childhood in the to the daughter as well. Then yes, very importantly, the novel begins with Moni looking at a woman who is feeding crushed cones to pigeons, and the pigeons are also, and she is also giving water to the pigeons. Now very like at a very young age, Moni had heard her grandmother telling them that pigeons cannot drink water when somebody offers them water. They can only drink water when it rains. So here the pigeon is also giving a sense of identity to Moni, because Moni herself becomes a woman who decides to nourish her life on her own. She understands that there is no one else who can help her to survive through the obstacles in her life, and then she decides that she would do it herself. And then there is another Bengali myth that we have, is that there is an incident where the husband of Moni, he is asking for water after he has eaten mangoes. So there is another minor character who says that it is not good to have water after mangoes. So Moni says that it is because of the uncanny similarity between the syllables of water and fruit in Bengali. Water is known as jol, and fruit is called fall. So because the fall and jol are very very similar in while we hear them, so it has got a very uncanny similarity, which can cause a misfortune. So that is how cultural myths become a source of identity, number one, and secondly, it gives a sense of place, and it gives a sense of belongingness to the protagonist, even in a country which is not her own. And because of these myths that were alive in her memories, it is very very they become very instrumental in her life when she decides to leave a loveless marriage and come back to India. So the relevance of myth is very very prominent and prevalent even today, that however old myths might become, or we cannot even calculate that when myths are created, we cannot discard them from our lives, because significantly or sometimes even subconsciously, myths play a very very important role in governing our lives. So I think that should be all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tulita. And who is next? Is Dr. Meenakshi Jha here?
Yes, I am very much Pallavi.
Yes, please start. Yes, ma'am, you can start now.
Okay, a very good afternoon to one and all who are associated with us online. My title of my paper is, first of all, I would like to congratulate you, Pallavi, along with your team members, for organizing such a fruitful, meaningful, knowledgeable webinar.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
The title of my paper is Women on the Center Stage, the Legacy of Maithili Folk Plays. Basically, I have divided my paper into two overlapping sections, where the first primarily deals with the general notion of culture and places the folk tradition in its various manifestation of artistic forms like dance, music, painting, along with everyday traits like food habits, clothing, language, etc. While the other is specifically focus on focuses on folk plays in Mithila as a strong and popular medium of expression used by women. I'm skipping the first part, that is the general notion of culture, folk tradition, its development, its concept. I'm directly coming to my second part, which is more important. Literature is one such sphere where everyday life of common people, along with their beliefs, legends, myths, rituals, and practices, gets reflected, and this literature is represented in a visual form through folk plays. Performed on all important occasions, these allow us entry to get acquainted with the lives of the people in different parts of the world. One such glorious region is the Mithila region of Bihar. Mithila is known for its illustrious scholarly tradition of women, both mythological, like Janki Ahalya, and historical figures like Bhamati, Bharati, Gargi, Maitri, etc. And its world famous Madhubani painting, once again dominated by women. When it comes to folk plays, women play an integral role both as performers and spectators in forms like Jatin, Sama, Dom, Kutch, these forms are unique in the sense that only women play their roles as both performers and spectators. A male's entry is restricted in every possible form. If Sama Chakeva, Jhijia, and the South have ritualistic value, Jat Jatin, Domkach, and Jhumari are albums of domestic life. These folk plays can be considered as a mixed form for the reason that we find an uneven admixture of both prose and verse dialogues. Formal simplicity, typical characterization, and lack of sophistication enable these to be taken as close replica of life that can have greater immediacy, directness, and effect. Now I will directly come to these folk plays. The most popular lyrical Jat Jatin is performed in the moonlit nights of Asin Kartik or Basak, Jet months. Male entry in any form is strictly prohibited, and hence the male character of Jat, a derivative of Jat, too is performed by women. The play rests on the question-answer session between Jat and Jatin along with their associates through acting and singing on themes like betrothal, marriage, second marriage, experiences of early conjugal life, episodes of separation, and the final reconciliation between Jat and Jatin. After the enactment of this play, tradition is also that women in naked form cultivate land with a plow. Also, a frog is thrashed and thrown into the house of an abusive person. Apart from offering collective entertainment, prayers are made to Indra, the rain god, for dispelling famine by showering rain. The particular fact that women are praying to God Indra to save the agrarian economy of Mithila show the contributing importance of women in socio-economic life. I would like to recite one such prayer in Maithili because I want that the sweetness of Maithili language, you people are also get acquainted with the sweetness of Maithili language. Though my voice is not sweet, but I will try my best. Basahu basahu inner devta, pani binu paral akale ho lal, chaur sukhayal, chachar sukhal, sukh maya ke jiera, as sav God Indra, each part of the land Their crops are drying without water. It is famine everywhere. As being the symbol of patriarchy, Jat tries to command women, and as it is clear from the following verse, Jat commands Jatin, you will have to bow down like the paddy grains. But Jatin refuses to yield. This image of woman who is self-willing, self-deciding and self-acting through the character of Jatin posits well in favor of women's emancipation. Look, these women are not educationally or economically empowered, but psychologically they are empowered. Their attitude, their bent of mind is independent. What we find towards the end of the play, the aim of conjugal harmony to save the aim of conjugal harmony is achieved through mutual compromise. This play also depicts the vulnerable. One minute. Coming to the next play, Dom Kach literally means playing the dome, the lowest in the caste hierarchy. It is performed on various festive occasions like childbirth or son's marriage. It brings to surface the social necessity of marriage. The protagonist of this play is Jalua, an orphan who is taken care of by a dome couple. This couple arranges adult Jalua's marriage by begging alms. This play also depicts the vulnerable socio-economic status of lower caste people, especially women, as a mother who is engaged in begging to arrange marriage for her son, and as an assertive wife who reforms her addicted husband even though it requires institutionalized help, that is the police. This folk play is an apt illustration of the reformative and determined role of a woman for the sake of family. It also establishes the significance of the institution of marriage, which lies at the center of domestic life. Coming to the next, categorized as communicative and emotional, Jhumari is performed in all the seasons. It displays the psychophysical response of the women. It displays the psychophysical responses of the women, the form of sorrow for the far-living husband, communicated through the traditional agencies of birds like crow, pigeon, or passers-by. The emotional category offers an imaginative reconstruction of inner turmoil and the prospects of future happiness. In some of these, women express their immense attachment to their brothers. Jizya is another folk play performed in all parts of Mithila. This is an interesting folk play in a sense that the performance begins on the first day of the Sardiya Navaratri and comes to an end of Dasara. The dramatic method in this play is different from the other folk plays. For here, the evil spirits, witches, are abused through this enactment with lighted earthen pots as prop. The play constructs the binary of good and evil through two sets of women representing the virtuous and the witches respectively. It offers itself as a collective protest against the possible damage done due to witchcraft and sorcery, as this time is considered auspicious for gaining black power in Mithila region. The South is a purely tantric act, another folk play performed by 10 married women on the 10th day of marriage to bless the newlywed couple after examining the bridegroom with lit plates to submit to supremacy of marriage rites and rituals. Also, the folk play the play also tries to acquaint the couple with lust, deceit, attachment, and other attributes of the domestic life. Out of 10 women, one woman pretending to be a police inspector chains the hands of the bridegroom and sings an entertaining song. Also, the folk play mocks at the prevalent system of bribery since essential commodities of the household are sold to please the police inspector. Next, Sama Chakeba or Syama Chakeba, another popular women-centric folk play, begins on the fifth moon lead day of the Kartik month and continues until the full moon day for 10 consecutive days. Characters having symbolic import are made out of clay. These are Sama, Chakeba, Chugulia, Vantitari, Vrindavan, Jhanji Kukur, and Satbhaiya. All these characters are arranged in a platter and have different meanings. Syama Chakeba, bird duo, represent the lovers whose love is the acme of platonic union. Vantitari is the protective forest spirit, while Jhanji Kukur is the domestic watchdog. Vrindavan is the humanization of forest, while Chugulia is a mischievous character indulged in backbiting and double speak. He is the symbol of antisocial elements playing devious games to create discord. Another aspect of this play is that unwed girls and newly wedded women consider the enactment of this folk play very important as it is directly related with agriculture, the mainstay of the economy of Mithila. In the candlelight, women assemble at a cultivated land on a river bank, sing, dance, and act different episodes related with various characters. The main motive behind this enactment is to present the glory of brother-sister relationship. Overall, a holistic vision is presented through this folk play, which is based on the principle of mutual coexistence, incorporating birds, animals, beasts, forests, land, and human beings, both men as well as women. I am coming to the conclusion, but I would like to say that after each folk plays, a number of praise and words are written in Maithili language. But due to the paucity of time, I didn't think it proper to go through all those verses. Directly coming to the conclusion, I would like to say that these folk plays as a collective not just withstand the progressive ideal of women dominating and occupying the limelight, but also highlight how the center stage, when taken up by women, is transformed into the core of change and progress. For these women, creatively merge the inside and the outside, the family and the society, the psychological with the emotional, and the traditional with the path breaking to lead our way on the path of better living space. In the current scenario, what I feel when these plays have been pushed into the margins and continue to be performed within a restricted area, the government, along with other civil bodies, out to rejuvenate the glorious heritage of diverse cultures, which together make India the wonder that it is. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. That was a wonderful talk. And now is Dr. Jaya Kapoor here? Dr. Jaya Kapoor.
Yeah, I'm here.
Ma'am, please start your presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Pallavi, and greetings to Professor Omkarnath ji. We are neighbors, by the way. I'm from the University of Allahabad, sir. So I've titled my paper as The Development of the Legend of Charandas Shore as a Narrative of Protest. The play focuses on Charandas Shore, the play which has been written by Habib Tanveer. But when I look at the play, I'm trying to look at the folk story that he has adopted and how it is synergizing with the sociological structure of the region of Chhattisgarh. Folk art, and I begin the paper. Folk art, music, and literature is the crucible of folk culture, but more importantly, it is the crucible of folk wisdom that gets transmitted from one generation to another. They teach the people for whom education system has remained traditionally out of bounds. Legends are an important part of the folk culture. Legends are rooted in historical person and time. These are stories that a community tells about itself. These stories have relationship to the asymmetrical power equations at a certain point in the history of a community within a society, which is ideological roots. The story of Charandas moves towards the creation of such a legend. Tanveer worked with folk artists of Chhattisgarh region. He understood the sociological fabric of the region, and he used only folk artists for the part that needed them. And he did not use urban artists trained in folk art forms, which showed that he understood that there is a difference between knowing and reading about a folk culture and actually living and reproducing the narrative of that culture in their productions. Tanveer places Charandas in the company of other more accomplished thieves in literature, like Sharvalik in Mrichikatika, who brings about a revolution, and Aryak, whose artistry in hollowing the walls is admired by the owner of the house in which he commits a theft, and the protagonist in Prabodh Rohingya. The idea is to create a character who comes across not as a petty criminal, but as a strong minded person who can evolve into a hero in confrontation with the system. Such strength of resolve is the metal that can stand in protest against the oppressive and discriminating forces led by the state. Habib Tanveer came across the story of the thief in Rajasthan workshop. He could not build it into a full-fledged play due to lack of sufficient actors at that point in time. And it was a good thing since the form that it took later might not have been possible at that point. Later in the congregation of the Satnamis where he was present, he put together the play weaving the songs from the Satnami prayers into the play. The context gave depth and revealed the core ideas of the Satnami Panth. Now, the Satnami Panth is a major movement of revival and inclusion of the marginalized, untouchable castes. It was begun by Bir Bhan in Narnaul district of Haryana, where he mobilized the lower castes of the region in a rebellion against Aurangzeb in the Middle Ages. It became a very popular in Chhattisgarh because of the strong presence of tribal population. The Satnami movement has a very strong presence in Chhattisgarh, who were brought into the mainstream by Guru Ghasidas. The story of Charandas is a thief who becomes a disciple of a Satnami guru. The play begins with Charandas being pursued by a police constable. The constable represents the corrupt power of the state, which Charandas challenges, eludes, and defeats. He then meets the guru, who asks him to give up stealing, but he does not feel it proper. Charandas does not feel it proper, and instead he takes a vow never to lie, never to ride an elephant, never to eat in a gold plate, never to marry a queen. Unknowingly, he fulfills the first stage to embark on a journey to self discovery, and that is honest self appraisal and admitting to one's shortcomings. His pride in his craft is so complete that he challenges the trader that he will steal from the grain. He will steal the grain from his godown, and he succeeds in not just stealing the grain but also distributes the entire grain among the poor and the needy. Thereby, he embarks on the journey where he's shown not just as a thief who steals for selfish reasons, but as a challenge to the exploitative classes of society and as an attempt to help the deprived and the needy. The honesty of his character is firmly established in the last act, where he commits the theft in the state treasury. He vows to steal 4 coins of gold from the treasury, and he just to prove that he's the best thief. He succeeds, but the minister and the guard steal much more from the treasury once he has left, and they lay the blame upon him. He is produced before the queen, who falls in love with him for his honesty, integrity, and courage. But he thwarts all her attempts to collude in the presence of the court. Later, in a private meeting at night, he rejects even her offer to marry and gets killed by the guards with the charge of breaking prison and attempting to kill the queen. So everybody is told that he had been attempting to kill the queen and he had escaped from the prison. But the people know the essential truthfulness of his character. They know that he will never do such a thing. They know that he will never sell out. And they refuse to believe the state propaganda. They know that he is their hero. And at the end of the play, they make him into a guru. The story reflects the folk wisdom that can distinguish truth from propaganda, and the hero who can challenge the exploitative higher caste and corrupt state forces represented by the policeman, the trader, the minister, the guards of the treasury, and even the queen. The beauty of the Charandas legend is that Charandas is associated with the Chhattisgarhi culture and the Satnami culture in the region so intricately that it is difficult to imagine it otherwise. In fact, the Charandas legend has taken roots in Chhattisgarh, and people of Chhattisgarh also will not be able to imagine a person from Haryana or from Rajasthan as being a person who is actually Charandas Chor. But then he is one of them. So, what is a guru in the Indian context is a person who shows you the path and a person who has achieved the level of selfhood where he knows the truth. So, Charandas here is a symbol of that protest, is a symbol of the capacity of the downtrodden, the marginalized, the tribals, the uneducated, and the deprived sections to be able to achieve the level of a guru, and it's not just the domain of the Brahmins or the higher castes. So I have just summed it up in very short so that it makes sense at least. In case the longer paper is required, I'll send it over to you, Pandit.
Yes, ma'am. Please.
Thank you so much. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am.
Thank you so
I'll
much.
be in
Thank
touch with you, and I'll be
Yeah.
haunting you all by my constant emails for your papers.
No, you're most welcome. You're most welcome. It's been a wonderful session, and it's been wonderful 2 days listening to so many great literatures and people who have actually done a lot of work. We
Thank you.
need this kind of a work.
Thank you so much,
Congratulations
ma'am.
once again to you.
Thanks for participation, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Professor Upadhyay, sir, would you want to speak something, sir, or should I end the program?
I think we've lost him.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. So, with this, we are.
Let me just save my.
Okay, yeah. You can also present, yeah. So we are having Pritha Krishna L from Kerala. So yes, please present your.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Good evening, all of you. This is Preeta from Kerala. First of all, let me extend my gratitude to the organizers, especially Pallavi ma'am, for giving me an opportunity to present my paper here. The title of my presentation is A Study of Conceptual Metaphors in the Select Folktales of Kerala. A folktale is, as we all know, is a story passed down from generation to generation orally. A folktale is actually a symbolic way of presentation of the different dimensions of human life. And folktales are also rich in metaphors, and sometimes they are metaphorical in itself. Now, about the folktales of Kerala. Kerala is home to many myths, legends, and folktales. Kottarathil Shankuni's Aitihya which was published in 1909, is considered as the most comprehensive resource of the myths and legends of Kerala. And Kottayakal Shankuni was a Sanskrit scholar who was born in Kerala. And Mala is the name of that book. Aidiham means in Malayalam it is myth and Mala is garland. The meaning of the text is a garland of tales. It's a collection of century-old stories from Kerala that covers a vast spectrum of life of famous persons and events. It's a collection of legends about magicians, yakshis, that is devils, feudal rulers, poets, kalari and kalari pipe experts, that means experts of martial arts, tantric experts and practitioners of Ayurveda. And in Mala, Shankuni has attempted a rereading or rewriting of legends from the oral tradition. And in this paper, I have done an analysis of the conceptual metaphors in two of the folktales from Mala. But here in this presentation, due to shortage of time, I'll be presenting the metaphor analysis of only one of the folktales. Before going into the metaphor analysis of the folktale, let me brief you about conceptual metaphors. Metaphors, as you all know, are figures of speech in which one thing is defined as another thing. Example, all the world is a stage is a metaphor. This metaphor is a process of association. It is a transfer of knowledge, and thus it is not a matter of poetry alone, but that of mind and philosophy. And the theory of conceptual metaphor was first proposed by Lecoq and Johnson in their seminal work, Metaphors We Live By. The conceptual metaphor theory, in simple terms, is understanding a domain of experience, that is, understanding an abstract domain of experience in terms of a concrete domain of experience. So here I'll be presenting an analysis of the conceptual metaphors in one of the folktales of Mala. And the folktale that I am presenting here, the title is Narana's Brahman. So Brahman in Malayalam means madman, and Naranam is actually a place name. So Narana's Brahman is the story of a madman. And this Narana's Brahman, or this madman, was considered as a divine person who pretended to be mad. And his chief activity was rolling a heavy rope all by himself to the top of a mountain. And once the rope reaches the top of the mountain, soon he will let the rope fall down back to earth. And seeing the rope falling down with terrific speed, he will laugh loudly from the mountain top. And day in and out, every day, Narana's Brahman was doing the same activity. Day in and out, he was rolling this rope to the mountain and down. Though the Brahman was called as a madman by the local community, actually his tale unfolds the philosophy. The conceptual metaphor identified in the tale of Narana's Brahman is the structural metaphor. Life is a journey. So let me make a brief analysis of that metaphor in this folktale. Life is a journey is a conceptual metaphor explained by Lecoq and Johnson in their theory, that it is possible to understand the abstract concept called life to a much more structured concept, journey. Life is considered as abstract because of its uncertainties, while journey is considered as concrete because it begins with a purpose, there will be a means, and there will be a destination, and there will be an end. And in the tale of Brahman, life is a journey metaphor prevails throughout. It is the same Brahman we see from the beginning till the end. The heaviness of the rock that he lifts makes his journey to the top of the mountain difficult. And in Lecoq's theory, upward is happiness or something new, and down is sick or sadness. So the up and down movement of the rock signifies the never-ending process of birth or new beginning and death. Birth, like creativity, is something that makes us lift upward, while death is something down. The movement of the rock signifies the perfect order in nature. If something is changing or moving, the dynamics of that change itself is a reality in philosophy. And the movement of time from past to present to the future is absolute. And the fall of the rope from the top of the mountain signifies, be you ever so high, no matter one day, that which is signified by the downward movement is absolute. And the local people who ask questions to the Brahman, why can't you do some profitable work and make money? And that question of the local people, it signifies certain social conventions that slows down or weigh down the process of completion of one's life journey. The rope during its journey from the earth to the top of the mountain finds which way is up and which is down, and it floats freely in gravity-free outer space of fixed up-down reference points during its journey back to Earth, and it ultimately collapses under its weight. Seeing the collapse, we hear the loud laugh of the Brahman, and that we can say it signifies the need to detach oneself from everything. Brahman's journey appears hopeless and therefore pointless for many people, but I think due to its metaphorical shadings, it signifies the stages of life, the ups and downs, and how things fall apart at the end. And to conclude, let me say an exploration into the metaphors will definitely help us understand the depth and dimension of folk literature. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Pritha, for your timely conclusion. And with this, we come to the end of the webinar. Important scholarly, well-researched presentations have been made by scholars from India and India to examine folklores to bring forth their historical and contemporary aspects and study voices. The webinar emphasized upon the need to look at the continuities, convergences, and confluences in folkloristics from the Natya Shastra of Bharat to the newer aspects and inputs of digitalization, the role of social media in framing urban legends, to the language of protest in folklores. The need for restoring suppressed or lost memory and speech to performance and the economic aspects of arts and artifacts. So a few concrete initiatives were discussed that could be adopted for rebuilding the role of folklore and folklorist in accessing cognitive roots of arts, social, cultural, and economic history of the people of India. Uh, Economic history, and we came to know about the seminal role of folklore and folklorists for recovering the forgotten meaning of folklore and the story of its dynamic movement through space and time. To arrest ecocide and biocide and to restore balance. So, however, it is necessary to go beyond stories or themes of folklore to elucidate the theory and practice that encompass the entire field of folklore to explain the internal dynamics and quest for meaning. It's been a very fascinating and engaging 2 days. I would be failing in duty if I don't thank everyone who helped me putting this conference together. I am indebted to our patrons, Honorable Minister of Higher Education, Government of Uttarakhand, Director, Department of Higher Education, and respected Principal Sir for giving his sagacious advice and for being a constant source of encouragement. My profuse gratitude goes to the distinguished speakers for their erudite lectures, presentations, for sparing their precious time for us. And I thank faculty from various colleges and universities who took their time off to join us. And a big thank you to Tanima Shom for her cooperation, sincerity, and agency. My sincere thanks goes to all the participants, research scholars, and students for being a part of the event. Thank you all from the core of my heart. Thanks a lot.